back again,
Guess
playing
who's
games
back? Back
with our
again.
friends. Is that a tiny dagger?
It is a sword thing.
Oh, it's a letter opener.
Yes,
I was about to say,
it's a letter opener. It's
it's lovely.
quite well done.
I've always loved a good letter opener. Back in the day, my granddad had a really nice one, and I kept on wanting to play with it, but it was just, no, it's too sharp and not too small. Well,
I'm
I'll
glad
buy
you
my
said-
own.
I'm glad you said letter opener at the start of it.
Yes. I don't know what that would have meant otherwise. I'm not paying enough attention to my own words.
Something dirty. My grandfather had a really nice one. I always wanted to play with it.
Stop being creepy.
What are you,
What?
grandparents?
We are adults.
Don't worry. Nikolai's head always goes there.
Come on.
It has a holiday home there.
So, we are going to remain hydrated as Alice is doing, which is a sensible thing because it's been a hot few days. Everyone's kind of pooped. However, we are still here today to play the games of the Stars Without Number with the crew of the Gloved Molotov, though the nature of their preferred vessel may soon be in flux and may require some renaming. Who's to say? So, let me jump right into this session, number 42, which is a wonderful number. Oh no, magnets, how do they work? Anyway.
How can we be the crew of the Gloved Molotov if we're not in the Gloved Molotov?
Well,
We can still call it the Gloved Molotov.
We'll find that out. So, when last we saw our heroes, they were still bouncing around a lightning nebula in orbit around a planet Forbin 5, which has an indigenous population of rather unpleasant-looking space jellyfish, dubbed quite charmingly by the party as the Blub. After engaging in some combat, they find themselves in possession of a cruiser, a vessel which is a logistics ship called the Umankut from Murina up in Hex 2. After exploring it, clearing it, and doing their best to get it operational, Pym on board the Romnipotent with Lockie and Darius went on an away mission to the nearby battle cruiser, and after fighting a few more blub, three of which were all controlling the same human body that had a flippin' jetpack, found a nest of cabling on the bridge, which Darius thought it made perfect sense to jump into. Then a bolt of lightning struck the ship, and he barely jumped out of the way in time before a probably profoundly lethal amount of electricity ran through the nest of wirings and also him. Which is fun. So, after they cleared the ship, they found it had lots of onboard supplies for life support, food, water, and the like, as well as a gravity sports car. No idea why that was there, but they became quite enamored with it and went, "Oh boy, a sports car!" Because of course you're going to be in love with a sports car. Then with a series of pushing and shoving and the use of tractor beaming, they were able to land the cruiser onto one of the large magnetic plates that orbits Forbin 5 and get all of their salvaged bits in one place to basically enter into the biggest and most dramatic bodging montage of all time. While the salvaging was going on, Catalina was getting amorous with Lucia in the lower engines. Dr. Charles was getting angry at Lucia for killing a good test subject. And Dmitri was dodging lightning, basically, acting as the transport for the away party. Just dancing around, trying his best to keep the ship from being shot, which he did. And so, I will bring us over to
Shazoo Bear.
this thing. Shazoo! Play gravity.
I love the Shazoo Bear. It's such a, like,
Makes me.
such a hacky animation, but I love it so much. I need someone to make a better one.
So, if you will direct your attention to the top left of this debris field, we have your haul. All of your prizes and cool stuff to play with and mess around with. So, crew of the Gloved Molotov and other vessels, what do you want to do with all of these toys?
Slap them together.
Disassemble everything we can use and put them in the cargo bay.
If
Aside
you
from
guys-
the engine, we need to get to a shipyard.
If you guys help me get the computer system up and running first, I've got quite a bit of encryption to do. Does anyone else have priorities?
I suggest we fuse the supercomputer with the logistics ship computer.
Probably not a bad idea. But Lockie,
Just let me know how I can help.
I just need, well, the computer in, I don't know. I like that room.
Point at random room.
Over there, it's fine.
Probably would have picked somewhere to the rear of the ship.
Okay, the rear of the ship is like 90% engines.
It's probably loud and obnoxious and not necessarily the place where you
Yeah,
want to
good
be
point.
computering.
In
You're
that
probably better
case,
off close to the bridge.
or the greenhouse.
Like, I can
Potentially.
bring us over to.
Yeah, it
this.
doesn't matter that much, Rory. Just wherever it goes. I'll have
Well,
picked that room.
Room number
The-
67.
There is a room I have in mind that I imagine you will choose. So, once you guys lock things in, I'm going to amend the map to accommodate your preferences and modifications. Oh no. Why roll 20? Please, no. It's done it again. Hang on.
Roll 20. Don't break our DM, please.
So, okay, I am reloading the thingammy-doodad. So, just because I can, where did I put the thing? I will resend the Excel spreadsheet I made of all of the stuff you got to you guys on Messenger.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're all here now.
I never even got a chance to look at that. My bad. I'm a terrible player.
It's okay. Save. Where are you saved currently? Couldn't find you. Oh, there it is. Wait a second. Don't mind me.
It's okay.
Go there.
We're all just waiting. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Whoop. Has been dispatched.
Oh, I
Um,
apparently can't open it. That's irritating.
Yeah,
Ball
probably.
road.
No, I don't have Excel on my computer. All
Uh,
good. Don't worry. I'll read
just,
it in some time.
No. Download it and then open it with Google Drive.
Good point.
Because Google Drive has an Excel converter and like a
part of it.
sheets or whatever it's called. Yeah.
So, so those looking at it, there is a second sheet, which is like my hypothetical, what I think you guys might try to do option on
Oh,
sheet number 2. Sorry?
Not on the original.
No, on the new one I just sent.
Didn't you say something about taking the plasma beam off the Molotov?
Yes, I wasn't sure whether or not you wanted to just have the one gun on the logistics ship and like give back the Gloved Molotov or keep it in starter fleet. I don't really know what your intentions are, so this was one hypothetical in which you just like piled as many guns as you could fit on the cruiser.
That is Lockie's idea.
I still need to make the pre-tech alterations to make it smart post-tech.
That I have already considered and will be part of the montage. But to have a montage, you need to know what you're doing.
If we go by the amount of times we've used the gun that we have on the Molotov now, like a cost ratio, kind of what's the cost benefit analysis?
Yes, but we're about to go into a hostile environment.
We're about to go into a war zone, basically.
I think it would be better if we go to a shipyard first and then do the montage.
We've still got to discuss what we're doing to the ship.
Operational.
And we've got to fix the engine back onto the ship. Then we've got to take apart what we want from the other two ships. And we'll put that
will
in
still be a
Put them in the cargo bay.
and then move from there.
The town, the planet that what's her name, crazy lady wanted to go to. Does that have a shipyard?
That planet is not tech level 4. It is tech level 3, and it is currently being colonized by Yakootah.
We don't want to go there.
We don't have a choice.
But
we go
it is the
somewhere else
closest
first.
planet. It's the closest planet to where we're going. That's
That actually is Papadias. Papadias is one jump away. It's that Greek planet you went to once before, where Catalina got her surgery, and they do have a shipyard.
And we
It's
don't
not
have enemies there yet.
Hey, Rory,
Yeah.
can you turn down the music a little?
Okay.
no, Rory, don't turn it down. Nick,
Turn
you
us
can
up.
turn it. No, you can
No.
turn it down in Roll20.
Twitch.
Oh, in
People are saying
Twitch.
it's too loud.
Oh, that's not a him problem. That's a me problem. Sorry.
Custom says music versus voice is a bit off. It's a bit difficult to hear the players.
Okay. I've just had to basically reopen Roll20 because it
Oh,
broke
good.
itself
I
properly, so
fixed
I'm
it.
good.
Give me update.
Thank you.
So, the Spike Drive 3 upgrade from the, I think that's the tiny immersion
Yes.
ship.
That won't fit on the cruiser because it is built for a smaller vessel.
But we could still take it and sell it. It's worth a crap ton.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
If we
want
can fit it
that.
in the cargo hold, we should definitely be taking it.
Yeah, I mean, the booster packs for on that same vessel are also worth quite a bit of money.
Well, that's pretty
So-
much why we pulled that thing away.
We'll fix the engine quickly. Or we'll fix the engine as long as it takes us to fix the engine because it needs to be on the ship. Then we will take apart the immersion ship, take what we can off that to sell. And then we will take apart the... Which one's our one?
The immersion ship's only got the booster pack, which we were probably going to add to ours anyway.
Yeah,
It
but
just-
we'll still take the spike drive off it because that's going to be worth like a lot of money to sell, and we
Yeah.
can use that to upgrade the cruiser. A spike drive 3 that's a freighter.
Well, the
Free,
booster,
yes.
the booster pack alone we should take simply because it's worth 2.5 mil.
I mean, that's new. It is how much it's worth.
It is used.
They're worth a
spike
lot
dri-
of money.
It will be worth a lot. So, and then we'll just take what we can off the other ship and put it into the cargo bay, like the tractor beam, because we can sell that. The armory, we can sell that. The
The
grav
armory's
cannons.
mostly empty.
So is ours the Wakabi Azuman or
No.
Zuma?
Wait.
Or...
Yours is the
Uman
Umankut is the vessel
Okay.
that you have.
So take the grav cannons because yes, smart
the grav
cloud,
cannon.
yes, tractor beam, yes. Is there any point in taking the fuel bunkers and the fuel scoops?
Not really.
I mean,
Fuel scoops can be worth a little.
They're exploded.
yeah, if you check over to the right, it's certain fittings have damage.
Oh, okay. So let's just go for the weapons and the tractor beam then, and maybe the boarding tubes.
Boarding tubes. Really?
Lucky's down for boarding
Need a
tubes.
There's no
It's just
guarantee
not
that when
worth
we get into Yakootah space, they're not going to have another ship. Yes, their fleet at the time was destroyed during the battle, but there's no guarantee they haven't gone and paid for another one since then. And we won't know until we get into system.
Who knows what's
It's
happening?
probably
in the future.
pretty likely.
So we're going to have to take something that allows us to fuck with them later.
We get there and there's a battleship.
Just don't. Shh.
Capital class vessel is just like, and you go, oh, we made a mistake.
At that point, we turn around and run.
So yeah, the grav cannon, smart cloud, boarding tubes, tractor beam. We don't need because that's already on our ship, and you don't need two.
No, get the tractor beam because we can sell that. That's
Can we
pretty
fit it?
expensive tech.
All right. Well,
Okay,
Righto.
guys, but keep in mind we can also keep it and maybe even make second smaller ship from rest of parts, no?
in fact, we can probably fit the vast majority of this into free mass. No, the grav cannons take up 8.
Yeah, so if you take both grav cannons, that is occupying almost all of your cargo space for being carried along with you.
But what about the science lab, which is sitting mostly empty?
You're not putting cargo in my lab.
Why not? You do not need all of the lab.
Yes, I do.
Your lab.
You
That sounds very, very rude.
It's my ship then, if we're gonna run it that way. I'm the pilot, that makes it my ship. If the science lab is yours, because you were the scientist.
Okay, hang on. Let's put the smart cloud in the Molotov storage because it can fit. That's all of the Molotov storage taken. Then the grav cannons, throw it on the Umankut and get both ships out of here. Throw on the boarding tubes as well, and then we have one more free mass that we can fill with something.
The tractor beam. No, tractor beam's 2 mass. No.
Honestly, I reckon get rid of one of the grav cannons and replace it with a booster pack or drive upgrade.
Do we
But-
not have a hard point we could stick the grav cannon on for now?
No. Oh, yes.
Well,
Don't
if
they
you
No, they require 3.
well, the ship has a capacity for 3 hard points, but 2 of them are currently occupied by a pair of multifocal lasers.
Can we replace the multifocal lasers with the grav cannons? 'Cause
Yes, you can.
Lasers are like
Well,
Yeah, and multifocal lasers are kind of shit in comparison to a grav cannon.
true.
yeah.
But that's work that needs to happen here as opposed to at a shipyard. So it's up to you as to when or where you want to do this.
That's the hard part. Do we want to spend more time here doing that? Like the grav cannons are worth 2 mil.
2 mil
new.
each.
Like selling even one of those at like 1 million credits is going to be handy because we're going to have to hire crew to help us with the ship. especially if we're
Hmm.
planning a hostile incursion into Yakootah space.
Either way,
Is
we
there
should
not
try
room
and
on the
take whatever
Molotov?
we can.
Pretty much.
I think the Molotov is full with the smart cloud, Pim.
And the sports car.
Yeah.
And the
can
smart
take
cloud.
Sports-
Also, the multifocal
Hmm.
lasers are in need of repair, so even more incentive to just ditch the fucking things.
Yeah, that's true.
Agreed.
I do like Darius's idea with the smart cloud, though.
Which one? To turn it into internal defense?
I imagine if we
Yeah.
break it down and take away half of it, we could make it quite a bit lighter and adapt it.
Yes, but do we want to do that here?
No,
Yeah.
definitely not.
The other thing is the spike drive off the smaller ship shouldn't take up too much space, really.
It does.
It-
Take 4.
Well, it takes up 4 for a ship that is frigate size. If you're putting that onto a cruiser, it takes up comparatively less space.
Ah, in that case, we can fit
So-
both of them on relatively easily.
The other thing is,
I have a requirement.
if we were to put something in the lab, put the spike drive in the lab, so I can get scans of it. So at some point, if we get the money and the parts, I can upgrade the spike drive in the cruiser to a level 3.
What, so just dismantle it and keep it as research sample?
I can take parts
I
off
have
it
a
and then
requirement.
upgrade parts from there.
Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Let's
What's
do
your
that.
requirement, Pim?
What is it, Pim?
The supercomputer has to be done first. I am not able to operate any of my armatures at the moment, so sitting in the supercomputer, I can transfer the blueprints that I made for different ships and create what's the word? A fusion to turn this ship into as close a replica as the pre-tech ones as I can.
I like that. Let's do that.
That's
quick,
interesting. So
I
you mean it's going to
agree.
be that weird space future stuff?
And I want to decode this immersion information. It's probably got shit on the surrounding area. Considering it's so freaking close to Yakootah, could be useful.
Who is going to fly Molotov?
Does he can
You
fly?
probably.
I cannot
No,
fly.
we're going to need Dimitri to fly the cruiser.
We already have a
With
pilot.
Tim's assistance, of course.
I can fly. I can fly the Molotov. It only needs one person to operate it, so I can do it.
Excellent.
I guess I'll go with you then.
Ooh, one problem. I
Mhm.
don't know how to navigate through drive space.
Yeah, figured. I'll go with you.
Can you do that?
Not well. Then I just sort of shrug and head into the computer room.
What skill do you need for that?
Navigation.
Lockie's
in
also
that-
going to give you a knowing look.
So
Yeah, I can't help with that. I'm
Yeah, this is only gonna
The
end in
kind of look
disaster.
of, you can help her.
mhm.
He can do like.
You see Darius stick his finger up behind his back.
Would it not be more intelligent then to leave the supercomputer in?
Yet.
No.
No, we're going to need it to calculate the.
No, actually, I like Catalina's idea here.
Because
If
Pim
we-
can pilot the ship.
There's no reason that Pim can't do his work on the supercomputer in the Molotov.
And just transfer all the data across. Is this okay with you,
Absolutely.
Pim?
But how will you get the ship out without me?
No, I think it has to be other way around. I think Pim needs to be main pilot of big ship, and Dmitri may have to pilot Molotov.
I sort of sigh heavily and pull out the optics link thing that was picked up from. Hang on, did she bring that out? Oh,
No, she didn't.
No, she
she-
did.
She still has all the physical loot aside from the hard drive and the dead body in her escape pod.
You know, if someone wants to get that, there's a signal link, a tight beam signal link that our not so friend has. If someone wants to get that, we can at least run data between the two ships. As long as we stay in sight of each other and don't do jumps into drive space. But
That doesn't solve our problem, though.
It
What about
potentially
Lucia
does,
can-
because we could run the calculations for drive space jumps on whichever ship has all the power, and then just move it across to the other one and change a couple of feet.
Is that possible? Tazi, could you do the flying through drive space with this information?
Yeah, as long as someone does the calculations, I can do it. I think I just can't do the calculations myself. So,
Well-
Dimitri, you've flown the ship a long time. I think you're pretty adept at the sums for drive space on the Molotov. Yes.
Duh.
Rory, do
Okay.
I know the consequences of two ships emerging from drive space in the same locale?
Death for everyone involved.
In theory, yes. In practice, that's not going to happen because the Molotov is going to take twice as long to get
Oh
anywhere.
yeah, because we've got a
the
stage 2,
cruiser.
don't we?
Yeah,
In the
so
cruiser.
it's slower than the cruiser in drive space.
Well, if we get that optical link, we can run the calculations on the supercomputer and then have it sent across. Alternatively, we can just rely on Dimitri's word over comms.
Let's start fixing the ship first. We'll get the cruiser ready. Pim,
Let-
would you rather the supercomputer on the cruiser or the Gloved Molotov currently?
A Gloved Molotov is a frigate class. It only requires 1 to 2 people to pilot, whereas this logistics cruiser requires at least 30.
So we'll move it to here so you can help run this one.
I think that might be necessary.
Okay. Lockie, do you want to help with that?
Indeed. We have a
Because-
big shit.
I mean,
Alright.
you'll need to carry it across.
As long as I'm not gonna break it somehow.
Talk to
Yeah.
Darius about that. I'm not
Just
sure.
Be
Yeah,
careful.
no, it's alright.
Beside the omnipotence, I can help you.
So I assume me and Pim will help Lockie move it across, and the moment that's set up, I also assume me and Pim are going to plug in and start our own calculations.
Okay,
While
so
that's happening, I'll be going to the bridge of the cruiser to start calculating the tractor beams to get the engine back in place so it can start being fixed onto the superstructure.
okay. Given enough time, you should be able to use the tractor beam to pick up the broken engine and just hold it in place approximately. Then basically just say, hey, people who know how to weld, can you just weld the entire side of the engine back on, which is probably going to take the longest amount of time, but
I
it's
think
also
Tazi and Catalina would spend a lot of time doing that until someone else needed help with something else.
yes,
Yeah.
that's
I can deal with
That's-
it.
Any menial task Locking can help with. Anything
Indeed.
intelligent, not so much.
So Pim and Lockie, basically, you can go over to the Wakaba Azuma, basically like gut. I mean, you would probably take the cargo of the Wakaba Azuma because you need it right now. It's got like 8,865 person days of life support, and you need that on board the cruiser. So if you take that and store it, you can use the now empty boxes, which have like built-in grav platforms, and like assemble like a larger grav platform, put the computer on it, and just push it over from the Molotov to the ship. Put it in the elevator, take it up to whichever deck it's being installed on, and then get to work. Now, you will also probably need to gut some of the computational power from the battle cruiser because you need to make the supercomputer more powerful. It's powerful enough for the frigate, but for Pym's goals, it needs to be more powerful. But there's plenty of available salvage to achieve that, so that's also being worked on as well. Meanwhile, okay, I think considering Dimitri, were you attaching the engine or not doing anything at the moment?
Well, I thought maybe I would attach engine because, I'd like to make
Fair
stuff.
I
Otherwise,
would say then,
I'm either helping somehow, I'm welding stuff, or I'm running calculations, or I'm moving computer parts around, or whatever.
and so as all these things are going on, there's aggressive and furious welding occurring and salvaging components. I'd say at some point, Lucia would get bored and say, "What do you want me to do? I go and cut things off big ship, yeah?"
Sounds good.
Okay. She grabs like a big propane torch and is all like, "This is going to be fun," and just marches off. Then, like about 2 hours later, you see. About 2 hours, like I'd say maybe 8 hours later, anyone near a window just sees one of the grav cannons just fall face first out of the cruiser and just crash land onto the ground.
We'll see ya.
Yeah?
That is very expensive equipment. Can you try to be like a little bit more careful?
I cut things that was carrying load. It's full. What you want me to do?
Not to break it.
It's fine, look! And as she says this,
Fucking crowd sitting around doing nothing.
as she says, it's fine, it kind of just goes...
Comedic timing.
So, you want me to do second one?
Not just like so let me get over there. So yeah.
Honestly, child, it's reinforced enough to hold the gravitational distortion field.
We don't want to damage it if we're going to be selling this stuff.
Hear the aneurysm.
Give me a moment to redirect the tractor beam so that we can not have the next one fall down so hard.
Okay. You could have just said. She hangs up.
So yeah, press the buttons
Indeed.
until the tractor beam's in place, and then I'm like, okay, you can cut away until it's free.
Indeed. And that can be done. What else were you salvaging? You could also, with your time, tractor beaming things like... Oh yeah, Lucia also goes over to the rear of the Velocidad Caliente, which is the name of the immersion ship. Cuts the booster packs away from the drive-through upgrade. So now those pieces are small enough for you, Dr. Charles, to like tractor beam
Across.
inside the hold and have stored.
Is there any way to tractor beam the spike drive into the lab?
Into the lab? I mean, you can get it in its entirety into the hold, and then once it's in there,
Move it piece by piece up.
physically disassemble and take it up. You can't take the entire thing up to the lab, but you can take out the most important central pieces.
Yeah.
There is tech elevator, or like car elevator.
Yeah, no, the spike drive is like the main engine component for most ships, so it'd be quite large.
So yeah,
It's a cargo elevator. It's quite large.
it's not large enough for that, unfortunately. So yeah, you can take the important bits up to the lab.
Although,
So-
see, it's how to cut things with welding torch.
Just gonna cut a hole.
The spike drive needs to be taken apart properly, or else you ruin all the bits.
Oh, you mean not just cut in half? Oh.
Okay. Well, we have the intention set in place, can Pim and Lockie please make me appropriate roll? Tech post-tech seems pertinent.
I would be helping with computers.
Indeed. So you two can roll tech post-tech for the physical manufacturing and improving of the components.
With intelligence?
In intelligence, yes.
In that case, it's an 8.
14.
14?
Oh, it's a 9, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a +3.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. You found what you like. Okay. By your powers combined, you are able to strip down like the entire computer system from the battlecruiser, and just like go, okay, we have like one, like I mean, we have like 2 terabyte RAM chips. Let's just add like 5 more. It's just things like that. Lots of crazy bodging. It takes you like a decent amount of time, but you can do it and get it somewhat installed.
Should I roll computers to integrate them?
Yes, please. You're basic. I mean,
double 4. Hang on, what's that work out to?
It's not done just yet. We need to integrate it with the lab computers as well as the computers from the... What was this called? Yakootah?
Yakootah, yes. So
This ship is going to need a new name. Just putting it out there.
you probably
Agreed.
Yeah. You probably spend a few days like hard rebooting and just reinstalling and resetting all of the ship's internal operating systems to your personal preference, and making sure the default language is English, things like that, making all the sensible quality of life improvements you've come to expect from your computer systems. And yeah, it does take a few days because it's a big ship and there's lots of computers to connect to, but you are able to do it.
Sweet. Does anyone else need me, or should I start the encryption before I lose this thing and have to go?
I'd say start the encryption now, or transfer all the data across if you need to.
Yeah, righto. I'm just going to plug the immersion drive in and start decrypting.
Okay. Can you make me another computer roll, which is absolutely hacking, to find out what is...
Nice! 2 6s and a 4, so double 6 plus 4 puts me up to...
14.
No, keep going. 12, it puts me up to 16. Double 6 and a 4. Drop lowest is 12.
16.
It's just like, I've worked with immersion before. I know this one.
He basically just looks at his computer and it just goes, here it is.
Good grief. Okay, I will tell you what is on that hard drive. It's a bit manky and weird, but you are able to get some relevant data from aboard this thing.
Hang on a sec, Okay, so the first computer storage device, where was that from?
From the immersion ship.
No, not the immersion one. The other one that I had. That was that's right. That was from the mining rig. Sorry, I'm just sorting out the amount of shit I've got into separate data packs. Immersion ship computer storage. Okay, cool. Yep.
So, from like in order of most to least important, I would say, you can see a series of heavily encrypted video files. They look quite grainy and poorly compressed, so the quality is not great. But you are able to play them and see what looks like personnel camera footage from a soldier's like helmet cam. So it's got like blurred out name, rank, things like that, kind of on the HUD, and it shows this person running around carrying a gun, kind of screaming and panicking as things just blow up around them. And as you keep on watching, they seem to be on a military base that is being attacked by airborne vessels. So bombs are being dropped, lasers are being fired, there's all kinds of shenanigans occurring on the battlefield. And the more you watch, you kind of like watch through it. Watch a few times and hit pause at just the right moment, and you see like a slightly blurry shape that must be the vessel, but it doesn't look like anything a human would logically build.
Oh.
So this looks to be some kind of
Oh.
alien vessel.
Alien contact. Nice.
So you have that
Friend,
footage.
we are your friends.
Also, on the there is also kind of another piece of footage that seems to be long-range scans, like if you were on a planet or near a planet scanning something in deep space. That's kind of how it looks.
Yep.
And it seems to be like patchy and incomplete scans of what looks like a much larger vessel with very similar design sensibilities to the smaller fighter you saw performing the attack.
Wow. Okay. Yep.
Yes. By your rough estimate, you would say that large vessel is absolutely a capital class ship, if not bigger. Yes. Then we move on to the rest of the data. You can see that this person has a folder that's just named Flying Squirrels.
Okay.
And inside there are many
Best
pictures and
folder
videos of flying
Best.
squirrel.
Best.
So
I don't know who this person was, but they are a genius.
It's just a folder full of flying squirrels. You can see the beginning of what moving on to like text files. You can see what appears to be the beginning of an autobiography called the Ace Piloteer that is being written by the now deceased person.
This is okay.
Yep. Then there is a fan fiction which is written starring the person, starring the pilot, and Zenaida and famous Spanish movie star Zenaida and Cisco, who is probably known most famously in setting as the female star of the Blast and the Blurriest franchise.
Oh, hey, I know her. She's hot.
The
I like
Blast
her.
I had some fun with these, if you can't tell.
Excellent.
I reckon Lucia Catalina and her would have a good time.
Mm-hmm. And finally, there are holiday photos and recordings from the Tasha Orbital theme park.
That sounds
So-
like fun.
You got some cool stuff and just this guy's personal data as well.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna call Dr. Charles into the room. Hey, Charlesy.
I take ages
Have you-
to get there because it's like a huge ship now. Like I get like down the hallway. I'm like, where the fuck did you put the computer room again?
Yeah, this way. Woo! I'm
Finally
calling
get there.
out Marco Polo.
Yeah, I was gonna say Marco Polo.
I'm just sitting at the computer grinning, and I'm just like, you ever seen these things? And I've got photos of the flying squirrels up.
Flying squirrels.
Yeah.
Will I have... Would I know flying squirrels?
Flying squirrels. Make me a culture roll. What cultures do you have?
I've got Alfdus and Spacer, I believe.
Roll culture spacer.
Culture Spacer? I got an 11.
Okay.
Oh yes,
You-
space squirrels. They are like best things ever.
You've probably heard tales about flying squirrels as a small furry rodent creature back from Earth that was. They've probably made it onto several other inhabited planets during the waves of
Yeah.
colonization. So there will be like a live flying squirrel somewhere in this sector to this day.
Like, yeah, I remember reading about those in my father's books.
Yeah, they're pretty cute, aren't they?
They're
And then
very
I fli-
interesting.
And then I flick over to all the Independence Day style images and just go, and what about these ones?
That's...
Yep, that ain't human.
Can you send me copies of those images?
Yeah, probes, but the file compression is pretty shit. You're not going to get it overlinked to... I don't know. I reckon if you send it to Alphabet, data loss might be an issue. But I can try and patch it up a bit.
We'll have to wait until we're in an actual civilized sector to send it properly. But
Yeah. I'm also
Yes,
not too comfortable you sending it anywhere until I figure out why the fuck Immersion's got this. If I just randomly start leaking Immersion data,
where's the
I
trouble?
might end up in the wrong hole.
Looking at the images, the soldiers and stuff, can you see any sort of identifying mark of planet of origin or anything like that?
That is a very good question. Can you make me a culture spacer roll?
I can. That's not as good, but it's an 8.
Okay. Well, hang on. Let's suss some things out. Where have you been? I mean, no, it's like a general understanding of things. I would say that your like basic read of their uniforms, you can't like nail a planet of origin, but like soldiers and what they're wearing, like name tags and signs nearby, seem to be in Spanish. And the planet itself looks quite cold. Like it's like as this person is kind of sprinting around, you can hear the crunching of like frost and snow under their boots, and there's like snow on the roofs of buildings that have not yet been exploded.
Just send me copies of the files. I just want to look into it, and I might be able to at least place where the video came from.
All right. With
Beyond that, I can't tell you what that chip is. It's
with the condition that it doesn't get sent to anyone unless I give you the okay. I mean,
oh yeah, no, this will stay. This is not something that should be out in the open, really.
I just like raise an eyebrow. That includes Daddy.
No, if I'm going to show him this, I'm going to show him in person. It's not something that I want to be like, hey, just so you know, there's an alien race attacking us in this sector, so whoop-de-doo. No, it's something that needs to be done face to face.
Yeah, right, fair enough. I oh, yeah. I've loaded it up to your compad anyway. Here, and I just toss it at him.
Oh, I can have this back now.
I got my own. Or someone's.
Okay, that works. So yeah, at some point during the trip, I'll look into it a bit more.
Indeed. I think that's all of the data there really was. Yes, that's everything.
Yep. I'm also actually going to start reading the autobiography because I want to figure out who this guy was.
Okay. I gave him a name. Yes. Reading through the biography, it seems like the pilot of this vessel is a Carlos Cordova, a racer and agent for his local cell of the Immersion.
Would I have heard of him?
Considering how far away you were, make me a culture immersion roll
Alrighty.
with charisma.
Charisma.
Yes.
Intelligence not better?
That's a 7.
He's probably not as big of a fish.
As he seems to think he is.
I mean, exactly. It's like this autobiography is incredibly self-indulgent. He's just like, I'm the best pilot. No one can do things as well as me. I'm having all these sexy adventures, and just like it's honestly kind of cringy, and you doubt like 90% of these things actually happened the way he's saying them.
That's
It's
fantastic.
exactly like it's in Melbourne that I know.
That's
But
amazing.
but the main framework and setting of his adventures seem to be based around some kind of underground racing circuit that likes to go out to exotic and dangerous locales in drive space and in uncharted systems, and just have crazy, dangerous spaceship races.
Cool.
Which does make you think that might be why he was here.
Right. Not the smartest tool in the shed,
No, not
but
really.
definitely one of the biggest tools in the shed.
What is happening then? Flying space squirrels. Goddamn. Okay. So, those of you who are taking part in fixing the engine to the ship once again, that was Catalina, Tazi, and Dimitri. Can you all roll me tech astronautics rolls? I should roll for Tazi. Not bad.
Oh shit!
She got a 9 altogether.
Not bad. That's ooh. Because if we leveled up, my stats are different. Ah!
This is the I got 11 on the dice, and I had 1 for astronautics and 1 for intelligence, so it is 13.
So it's intelligence or dexterity?
Either one, your choice.
Well, it doesn't make a difference.
Well,
I
then
don't know why I asked that question. That's really dumb. I'm so sorry. That's just
It's all good.
on me. 12.
Okay. You guys have done incredibly well, and while it does take you like a solid few days, probably close to a week of just painstaking welding and reattaching all the required components and then transferring coolant from the starboard engine to the port to make it work properly, you are able to get that going. Yes. During that time, the stowing away of the components has been done. So you are taking both grav cannons. So taking both grav cannons. Copy. Paste. You're putting the smart cloud on the Molotov as cargo. You're taking the drive upgrade and booster packs from the Velocidad Caliente to sell. Anything else you're taking? You did mention taking the boarding tubes as well.
I thought we were going to install the... Oh no, this ship already has boarding tubes, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
No.
Oh, it doesn't? We should definitely install boarding tubes.
Do we want to install them now or when we get to a ship dock.
We don't need them yet.
Shipyard would be best.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
so
need
we
them.
wait. I can
wait till we
integrate.
get to the ship dock.
We can save that for later. It's not super important. I would personally like to get back into common space so that, you know, we're a little bit more connected to the world. If you understand.
If that's what you're taking, then you guys are basically full up in terms of cargo.
So
Does
what have
it
we done?
take?
And the spike drive in the
Yes, you have the boarding tubes, both grav cannons, the spike drive,
and
the booster packs on the cruiser, and the smart cloud and the sports car are occupying the entirety of the Gloved Molotovs.
Okay.
The sports car is most important. We cannot get
can we
rid of
take-
that.
Can we take the armory as well? Because that has no weight.
Basically, yes, but that's just
About 100
going.
rifles, basically.
I mean, most of them have been taken, so it's like 30 laser rifles, 20, and a whole bunch of A-type power cells that are all flat. So,
Yeah, but we can
if somebody-
recharge those.
So if somebody wants to take note, I'd say you walk away with 30 laser rifles, like 60 A-type power cells. What else is cool and useful? What's around here?
Glow bugs? Any glow bugs? Catalina will steal the glow bugs.
Glow bugs probably wouldn't be in an armory now.
That's fair. What about like just like Under Armour?
grenades.
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 Yeah.
There would probably
Grenades.
be some grenades. Lucky, roll me 2d12.
2d12.
I love how it's like, let's decide how many grenades there are. Lucky.
Roll it.
13.
13 grenades.
Nice.
Dead
Mm,
average.
There would probably be, like, probably
How many-
eight or 9 mag pistols. Yeah, so 9 mag pistols and 18 clips for the mag pistols.
No, it's 13 grenades in locker.
What was the amount of batteries and rifles again? Sorry.
60 batteries, 30 rifles.
Thank you.
Can I take 2 batteries just to make myself have a round pack?
I was gonna say, we've got 60. We can definitely distribute them.
Sweet.
Okay. Things there would be probably not armor. Maybe some like some stun
Pistols, maybe?
batons. Wait, I did already say that there were pistols. There's like 9
Oh, sorry.
mag pistols and 18 clips.
Sorry, I
For
missed
that.
that.
So it's also a thing. And I'd say there's probably some riot shields as well. Like a dozen.
So that'd be like TL 3 or 4 shields.
There would be TL4 shields.
Is that an upgrade for you, Lucky?
Nope. It's the same.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Can anyone use a
probably-
shield, or does that need like a certain proficiency?
No,
Anyone can use a shield, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what you're taking. All these upgrades you're doing because like you need to attach the engine and then perform required maintenance on the engine you've just attached. So I'm going to say all of this work you're doing would probably take you about 2 weeks
Fuck.
to get all this stuff done, which will take us over onto that'll get you into the 11th of September.
Fuck.
Whoops. Which means the faction turn kicks in
Yep. Fuck.
and has
Oh
actually occurred.
dear.
Fuck.
But after 2 weeks' time, Pim, you were planning on doing some onboard optimization and repairs. So as things are occurring and fixes are being done, there would probably be situations where, like, Lockie, you're hauling a heavy thing, you can't quite reach the open button, but you just hear Pim's voice over the intercom say, "Oh, let me get that for you," and the door just slides open.
Fantastic.
So Pim is getting more and more integrated into the shipboard systems. Can you just roll me computers, Pim, to see how comfortable you're feeling in there?
That's 5 and 3 on the die, so it's +2, 10.
Okay. It feels like home. Like, this, like, just genuinely, this would probably be a very, very satisfying time for Pim because he's quite literally performing his primary function. So, potentially feeling a bit chipper. And can everybody roll me a perception check except for Pim?
Nope. I rolled a 2.
I'm busy
Oh, no.
laughing at. I rolled a 4. I'm busy laughing at flying squirrels.
I rolled a 6.
You're muted.
Wait, who's
I rolled
muted?
a
Not
12.
me? Ah.
I was 13.
Okay. Well then, Dr. Charles, I'd say, considering where things are, like, let's say it's like 10 days in. Pim's just chimed in over the comms. Is providing some feedback on how you're organizing your lab space. It's a bit snarky. You go, okay, sure, whatever, and just leave the room. And as you leave the room, you see Tazi standing in the hallway, in the middle of a conversation with Pim. So it seems like he was able to reach out to you while also being fully engaged with somebody else.
And make note.
Interesting, Tazi. I
Yes.
would like to invite you to the Board Games Club.
Really? What kind of games are we playing?
Mostly, at the moment, just checkers. Planning and introducing something like Connect 4.
Oh, I love Connect 4.
As I'm like walking by, then I'm like, I think I might have a backgammon board in my quarters on the Gloved Molotov at some point. I'll have to get it for you, and I walk off.
Mm-hmm. So yes, that is a thing that you have seen now.
I'm just gonna put it out there, cats, man, they're a menace. Love them, but a menace.
Hearing me.
Yes, that's what they mean to do.
Like, you take like a lift down around the corner, and you see Lucia operating a vacuum cleaner of sorts inside the new gym that's been reattached to the side of the ship, and Pim's talking to her too. Again, deep in conversation.
I'll walk off where I can't see anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Pim, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How many people are you talking to at the moment?
4.
Something with the new ship?
No, it's everything to do with my programming. I finally have a computer that can actually help me carry out my function.
Right. not used to seeing you spread your consciousness so far.
It's more like I'm creating exact copies of myself.
Uh-oh.
He's replicating. We all know how that ends.
Thus,
At the moment, I can manage about between 10 and 15.
Right. Just never seen it before. It's unusual.
It was
Well-
actually pretty common during pre-tech times.
Unfortunately, I wasn't around then.
Okay,
I'll let you get back to work.
I was doing work the whole time, but okay.
I'm surprised Pim didn't go, yes, Dad.
And Ash, no.
What did you say?
It's just what he posted in the chat. That episode, man. Ah.
So, is there anything else you as a crew hope to achieve in this lightning field? Any of the things you wish to investigate? Any of the loot you wish to prioritize? Or you guys wish to take off?
This ship had a scanner on it, didn't it?
Yeah, the ship has a survey sensor array on board.
I would have been using the survey sensor array to scan the broken bits everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's anything of use, like supplies and everything.
Okay.
Maybe stuff that we restock the plant room with.
Interesting. Well, you probably had a decent amount of free time during these 2 weeks, being one of the few crew members not actively involved in
stuff. Yes.
in repairs. So roll me a perception roll and also roll science.
With what modifier?
Science with intelligence, perception with wisdom.
Okay, so perception first.
Yep.
I got 9,
Okay.
2 4s and a +1, and then science. That's only 7.
Okay. Well, you are able to use the scanners to basically comb through the debris and get a pretty solid idea of a lot of the, like pieces of debris in the field. You roughly, you figure out which ones belong to the rear of the exploded cruiser quite quickly in your days of investigating, just based on their color and composition. But then as you begin to investigate more of the debris, it looks like a much larger vessel was once around here. You probably, after a few a few days of investigating, would see a piece of it float by that bears its name. It was called the Amethyst Agate, and based on the components you see, it looks like it was a mining and salvage vessel of capital class that was sent here some time ago. But it seems as though this vessel is absolutely positively in a lot of pieces, and potentially just went full on kaboom, as opposed to being partially damaged and crashing somewhere, or being damaged and shutting down. It just blew up, and its debris has been floating around this planet ever since.
Rightio.
In terms of what it has, I can't remember whether or not I designed what was on board. I think I did. Career. On church, the theory crafting. No. Stolen mail ship, that was funny. To the future. To be. No. Oh, here it is, yes. I did indeed tell it to have things. Oof, okay, well, it's pretty wrecked.
I was going to say, is there anything that's still workable as an item?
Make a luck save.
Where's my good die? Let's try this one. What's my luck? No, 40. Okay. Missed it by 1. I got a 13.
Sorry.
My luck save's 14. Had I leveled up like everyone else.
I'm sorry. Short-term goals, my dude. Short-term goals. So, the nearest actually, roll me a d12.
D12.
Looking on the
I do have
blueprints,
one.
aren't
I
I?
do have one. I got an 8.
Okay. The one piece of equipment you see from their vessel, which is anywhere close to being intact, is a tractor beam. But it is still.
I was going to say, it's going to be
damaged.
so big, it's going to dwarf our ship, and we're not going to be able to put it on the ship, so who cares?
Well, actually, tractor beams don't scale like that. It's weird.
Aren't they?
Nope, they don't. Like, they don't demand more space and more power if they're put onto other larger vessels. So a tractor beam fitting is always the same size.
Did we fit another tractor beam in the ship?
No, you don't have enough room.
Is there
I
a
mean,
way
do
we
we
could
want
like?
it?
A capital, like, the price for a capital-sized tractor beam still increases, it's just that its mass doesn't. So it would be worth
The
a lot
amount
more
of-
than the current tractor beam that we've got on the ship that we were going to sell.
I mean, you don't. You've not got any room for it, and it's still broken. It's just not in pieces.
I mean,
I'll leave it.
Can we strap it on the back?
actually,
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we
Actually-
drag some items back with us?
can I take some portions of that tractor beam, specifically whatever it is that modifies with gravity? Just like, even
No,
if it's
we'd have to pull the entire tractor beam to the ship.
well, no, you just have to rip it apart.
Well,
With the amount of time and effort.
Yes, I realize that it would be ridiculous, but so okay. For example, the really massive solar panels massive satellites that we use, right, are made up of millions and millions of tiny photoelectric cells. I'm
Mhm.
talking about taking like one of those cells, or the equivalent of like components that are an incredibly small portion of the tractor beam. We're talking less than 1% of the entire
Yeah, no,
thing.
but we'd still have to pull the entire tractor beam towards the ship so that we could take it apart, because the tractor beam itself can't take items apart. We
So
can move
it's-
items, we can't tear them apart with the tractor beam.
It's already here, dude.
So
No, it's
it's like floating in the debris field. Like there is a smaller tractor beam on board the cruiser that you could take pieces from if you wanted to. That would be a lot safer.
Okay, I'll do that.
One thing I am going to do before we leave is I'm going to take soil samples and rock samples of the plate that we're on.
There are already some in the lab.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay then.
They're like half a meter long and like it's just like big chunky core samples, kind of
Oh, nice.
that were.
In this lab that does not know what is in it.
It's all good. So anything else?
I wasn't here for that episode, so
I think that's everything.
I don't know what else there
What
is
was that,
available.
Christian? I didn't catch it.
That's
okay.
about it.
That's probably-
I will approach Charles and make a request that by handing him over the gravimetric research we've got, if he can make me a handheld size tractor beam, like a grappling hook version of it.
Oh. I'd have to use some of the supercomputer's processing power to research it.
Obviously,
might
but I mean,
Be
we've got some
possible?
incomplete research, so I thought you might want to complete it. It's something for you to do.
It might be possible. It'll be pre-tech.
Yeah,
I'll need
well,
pre-tech components to build it.
do you reckon? Okay.
Oh yes,
just-
to have a tractor beam that small that you can fire from a hand.
I just
Normally
figured
you
that. I just figured if we can use that and equip it into Loki's power suit, or maybe even his guns, he'd be a very happy boy.
True. I will look into it.
So, with that under your belt and with everything packed up in the now very, very full cargo bay, you have a more or less intact cruiser that may or may not be in need of a new name, something like the Yakootah and the Gloved Molotov. So, Dimitri was going to be flying the Molotov, yes, or was that going to be Tazi, and you sent her the coordinates through drive space?
I think it is a better idea that we send them first. Like, calculate coordinates for them and send them off, and then follow.
Okay. So, Tazi gets nice and comfortable in the Gloved Molotov. Is it just her on board, or are there other people? Actually, I think
I
Dr.
said I'd
Lucy
go.
was- Okay,
Yep.
so it's Tazi, Dr. Lucy. Well, actually, no. She would be somewhere where... No, she would be on the Gloved Molotov, because if a bad thing happens, there should be someone who can do medicine on both ships. So it's Tazi, Dr. Lucy, and Darius.
Also, the fact that Dr. Lucy doesn't want to be anywhere near the crazy psychic.
Yes, very true.
Yeah.
So,
And she happens to be one of the people that Pim is talking to.
So it's time for the inaugural reflight of the Yakootah. We got Dimitri settling down behind the main con of the ship, turning everything on, feeling the hum of the very large engine roaring into life behind him.
Imagining feeling the hum of the large engine humming to life behind him.
Indeed. Going, oh, if only that's how space worked. This would feel so good right now. So,
Upgraded from 4 cylinders to 12.
so can I please have you make a vehicle space roll as you get this thing out of the lightning debris field, because that's still one more thing you have to do, and Tazi will do the same.
That's a 6.
I will give you control of the vessel. A 6, eh? Okay. We begin to thunder forwards, followed by the Gloved Molotov is a drawing. Boop. Okay, I need my D20 and my D8 for this bit. Okay. Thundering along. Flying about. I think 11 times. So it's doodly doodly doo. Doo doodly 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 doo. Doodly doodly doo. Doodly 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 doo. Making my way outside of the debris field, seeing what dangers lie ahead. Doodly doodly doo. Doodly 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 doo. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the one. The fork of lightning off to the right side of the debris field. You're glad the ship wasn't over there anymore, as it flashes into life, and then, oops.
We've been super lucky with lightning.
Yes.
How
Go
many-
back.
What, twice?
Go back to the flippin'.
It's like, this is all the lightning now.
My bad. Go back to the
Oh,
GM layer.
How's it go? You shall not pass.
Another roll for piloting, please.
37.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
2 on the die.
These two ships flying side by side, just taking the most direct but also least dangerous out of the debris field. Okay, that was so low. Hang on.
Oh, that almost hit us. It tickled our nose almost.
Yeah, that was so close to hitting you. Just as you're pulling away, Dimitri, you fly forwards. You're just bringing the ship under a piece of debris, and your eyes are like seared for a second as this savage fork of lightning just impacts directly in front of the ship, and you go, "Oh gosh!" But are able to maintain your composure and pull out of the way of this lightning.
It is lucky I drink vodka.
The light is red. We have to wait for it to turn green.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another one. Flashing
Need
off.
to
in
get
the
out of there.
distance. One more piloting roll, please. Should be all.
13.
13. Jeez.
Roll something that.
Okay.
He's finally got
Cool.
used to it, so he's like, let's push the engines.
Okay.
I just rolled a double nat 1, so Pim's doing
dear.
something.
He's too busy playing checkers.
Oh boy, you guys get lucky.
Out of the
tell you about
15
the
Pims,
field.
14 of them are versing each other at checkers.
Yes. Yeah. One last parting gift from the storm cracks behind you, but does not do any further damage. Flickers away, and you're able to pull out of the field and begin the 2-day journey to the edge of the system to chart your course in drive space. So, 2 days pass. It is the 13th of September.
Do we need fuel?
Probably.
Yes. It wouldn't have any fuel. So strike that. It's the 12th of December. You are near this system's sun and are scooping it for 4 days to get enough for a jump.
And it's what date?
The
It then
12th
becomes
of September. Stop being pedantic.
No, because I thought he said December. I'm thinking, fuck, did we jump
did.
3 months?
He got confused. Stop being
September.
pedantic.
September. The
Okay.
12th of September, you get fuel. That takes 4 days. It becomes the 16th. Then it takes you 2 more days to get to the edge of the system, which makes it the 18th. And now it's time to do some calculations. Dimitri, can you make me a navigation roll first for the Gloved Molotov?
Can I assist?
That is 7 for me.
Yes, you can assist.
So that would probably be 8. If he rolls.
Oh my god.
What?
Just rolled another double nat 1.
Oof.
Oh dear.
Them snake
I was
eyes,
gonna say,
man,
would-
they're
would I
loving
be
you
able to
right
use
now.
Science to assist?
Yes,
Wasn't
Yes.
Chris assisting the Molotov?
indeed.
So well at the start. What happened?
That's a 9.
Okay, that
Calculation.
gives a +1. Edge of
So it's an
Hex for 208. Tazi, Nav, 8. And you were happy with that?
That's fine.
Okay. Now, can you make a navigation roll for the Umankut?
I will assist.
Okay,
as well.
here I go.
Okay.
I'm rerolling.
I got 8.
Okay.
I got 5.
Okay.
And I rerolled because I got
Which is
5 before.
isn't
Just different numbers.
Isn't that like a +2 from the assists though?
It is a +2 from me. So, let me look at the maps. So, okay. Level. I should also ask, where are you going?
We're going to go to what's it called? The
Here?
Greek place.
Okay.
Papadias, I believe it was
That's
called.
the
Yes,
one.
Papadias.
I can't remember the name.
Okay. So, there is Tazi spools up her engine first and jumps away. She seems okay. You do the same, begin to jump. Unfortunately, a 7 isn't actually good enough. So, can you roll me 3d6 for the failed navigation results table?
10.
10. Ship off course. Spend base time in transit, then make another navigation check. So, the time of the jump would have been 3 days to get to the next hex because of your more advanced spike drive, but you end up spending those 3 days in drive space, not making any progress. After 3 days, you think you're going to be fine. You drop out of drive space, and you are still on the edge of the blue-purple nebula you were at before.
Maybe be like sitting in the lab, feel the spike drive drop out, and I'm just gonna like look out the window and just be like,
I can feel your eyes on me, Charles. I do not know what happened.
"You need help correcting course."
That is fine, I fixed it. Your ship.
Okay.
Who this?
Oh god.
I'm slightly distracted. It is almost time for my bomb.
Well, it's the 21st of September now. Can you make me another navigation roll, please?
It
I
is
did-
indeed
it is
time
10.
for Mabon.
It is
I was
10.
gonna say I'll assist again. I'm not assisting that time.
Am I
Like,
allowed
roll
to assist with
snake
this?
I think 2 people
rolled-
sitting is enough.
Oh, sorry.
I rolled 8.
I didn't realize there was 2
That's
people already
11.
assisting, sorry.
It's all good. Yep, you guys have, like, that will be enough to pull this off. And I'm glad you rolled not low on the failed navigation results table.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're about to die.
Well, the good news is you will be arriving you'll be arriving at Papadias at the same time as the Gloved Molotov now.
Exactly the same time?
More or less the same time.
Papadias
So
is the
20
nearest
seconds
planet, so
left.
that's 0209, yeah?
Yep. September arrive 0209, and if you're going to Paradise, then the 26th of September is when you will arrive on the planet. Arrive.
We should probably think of a name for the ship before we arrive.
Indeed. So we will probably go to a break on that because I know you guys are going to be arriving safely. But for now, we will go for a break, and then once you come back, I will ask you guys how you spend your time, in drive space, and have other relevant interpersonal conversations. Okay.
All right.
So yes,
Back in the
we'll go for a break and be back in about 10-15 minutes.
Yep, yep, yep.
Shouldn't be long. In a bit. Bye. Hi, everybody. We're charming and attractive at times.
Chimes.
It depends very much on the
yourself.
occasion. So, we have things occurring. You guys spend 13 days on board these vessels as they are doing things and traveling to their destination. During that time, there are some quite fancy occurrings. But I think just because you guys are alone and separate from the rest of the party for a good chunk of that time, we'll do Darius first, just so that we know what's going on over there. Then we can circle back around and take care of what everybody else was doing during this time. So, the coordinates are punched in. Tazi is at the helm and makes the jump into drive space. The only other two people on board are Dr. Lucy and Darius.
Yep.
What do you plan to do with this time?
Probably not much. He's intending to use it as downtime. It's the first real opportunity of downtime where no one else is intruding on him, so he's probably just going to fuck around.
Literally or figuratively?
There's a few corpses to,
I was gonna say he is in a ship
Yeah,
with a few
Taji's
ladies.
driving, so it's not gonna go. Oh well, Lucia.
No.
What about Lucy? I mean, she's a woman too, God, rude.
Dr. Lucy.
And she's British and well educated.
Oh, so she only does it in the dark.
She's just
Hang on.
like Dr. Charles.
Give me one tick, guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was aiming for your arm.
No, I'm just checking the list. I'm checking goals at the moment for what I would be doing.
Okay.
How long is the trip, by the way? Sorry, I just
Uh,
completely spaced on it.
13 days total.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah, so actually, I'm going to have to do another faction turn
What?
because
Well, you just had a break. What did you do with it? Wasted time.
like you guys get to Papadias on the 26th of September, which means that if you're going straight from Papadias to Yakootah, then I have to roll a faction turn for September as well. Oh boy.
Fuck. So we just had 2 faction turns happen in one go.
Yes.
Fuck. Fuck
But
you guys
why did it-
taking so long, man. This is all your fault. I blame everyone
You-
else. It's definitely not my fault.
You spent a lot of time off the grid, so
Unfortunately, we needed to fix that engine.
yeah, things progress without you.
That's what I would be doing.
Yeah?
I'd be getting increasingly frustrated with how things are going with Primal because I'm trying to get its combat operational ability up and it's just not working so good. So I'd be
But-
re-equipping it and trying to fit out maybe a laser rifle or something into it.
But Alpha, I thought I was perfect. Am I not a good boy?
You are a good boy, that's why I'm making you have more functions so that you can be a good boy at more things.
I understand.
It'd be amazing if he barks and shoots out a laser beam at the same time.
Fuck.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the chassis doesn't even support ranged weaponry, so no.
It is a bit limited. I mean, you could probably do like a close range shot or like some kind of sonic burst from the mouth.
Oh, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to rewire the thermal pistols to heat up his monoblade claws.
Interesting.
That's kind of cool.
That'll be handy. Okay, Make me a tech push tech roll, please. As you are tinkering away.
Unfortunately, that means I lose my gun. Ah, fuck off. It's a 4.
Okay, you kind of end up banging your head against the wall on this one. You're having trouble fitting it into Primal's legs, basically. There's a lot going on, and you're torn between keeping Primal lean and keeping Primal lethal. So you've got the gun disassembled, you've got the heating component down as small as you can, but you're missing something, and you can't quite reconcile it into the structure.
Yeah, figures. I'm just gonna sigh heavily and just... Man, I don't even have that grav Porsche to play with.
Yes, you do.
Oh wait, didn't we leave it on the other shift?
No, it's on the Molotov.
Oh, in that case, I'm gonna be having a look at that and re-hot wiring it.
You can probably you've probably got enough space in the cargo hold of the Molotov to make it go up and down.
In fact,
Yes.
I have a VI on me.
Oh.
The mining rig VI. Or did
Sarah?
Pim take that? Or did Pim take that?
I'm
Pim
pretty
took
sure
Sarah.
Pim has her.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Never mind then. I don't do anything because I don't really have anything productive to do.
That's okay. I'm going to have a quick look at vehicle stuff, because I think I know how this vehicle would be built. Just based on my previous poking around at the vehicle rules. So this would be a grav car, but mechanically speaking, it probably has a fitting on it. Just because it's cool and fancy. It probably has the fitting engine boost to justify the fact that it's so fast as a
fair enough.
sport car. Yeah.
Alright.
Yes.
Cool.
So it's a speedy sports car you can play with.
Yeah, I'll just fast forward my timeline. I'll just generally be bumming around the ship, playing games, fucking around, reading autobiographies, laughing at pictures of squirrels and showing Tazi how cute they are.
Yeah.
Just all that sort of shit. Nothing
Tazi
productive.
probably would appreciate the downtime she spends with you, because what you can see is that she is like running herself kind of ragged, trying to do everything on this ship. Like she's making sure the course in drive space isn't drifting. She's making sure all the engines are working. She's like running about the place trying to make sure she's doing a good job, because this is the first time she's been made responsible for a ship all by herself, and wants to like...
Oh, in that case, I'd probably turn around and actually talk to her and say, Tazi, chill.
Yeah?
Chill.
But I need to decompress the coolant lines and then vent the system into the place, and there's so much to do.
Well, what happens if you don't do it?
The ship's less efficient.
By how much?
I can tell it sounds wrong.
I really don't mind. Look, just leave it. As long as nothing's going to break seriously, I really don't care. It's fine. I'll take responsibility if you crash it or whatever, and I'll talk to Dimitri and make it my problem.
Really?
Just think, what would Dimitri do?
Roll me persuasion.
Okay. It's a 10.
Okay.
Yeah, like, look, I mean, I've blown up freaking space stations. If there's one thing that I know, it's taking responsibility for actions, right?
Okay, I'll calm down. I'm gonna vent the I am going to vent that line though, just because it does actually need doing. But I'll calm down a little bit. It should be fine.
Which one?
Yeah.
Is it something you want me to do?
No, it's okay. I need to like crawl inside. It's a bit snug.
Ah, all right then.
It's okay. I'll be back, and then you can show me more of those flying squirrels.
Yeah, sure.
So she scurries off, and I'd say the fact that you're being chill and encouraging her to be chill makes it a overall less stressful voyage for her. Okay. Now we shall cut across to the crew aboard the Milan, as it has been dubbed affectionately. I can even go over to the map and change its title as a token, which is cool.
I'm gonna have to make a Milan ship now for the sector map.
Ah, yeah, you will. That'll be cool.
We can work on that through the week.
Yeah, I've already got this picture that's quite nice, but I think your talents could make an even nicer one. Okay, so on board the Milan, the crew have 13 days to do things. Who's doing what, where, and when?
I think
probably-
Lockie. Ooh,
Yeah.
no, go for it.
You go first, because I'm
No.
trying to think of what I was doing.
Lockie would be looking over the finalized specs that Tazi had sent him of the 3 different choices and deciding on the final choice. Which I already told you about the second one.
Mhm.
And then he wants to be spending some time with his spike thrower and mag rifle and seeing if he can try and coax some extra damage out of it.
Yes. Well, with that being the case, which mod are you hoping to install?
We also have the homebrew mod set, wherever that is.
He was looking at going for the boosted mod. Extra plus
Boosted?
2 damage.
Oh, sweet. Okay, boosted. Yes, this weapon has been tuned for greater damage output. You unfortunately don't have enough skills in tech push tech full match.
Yeah, I know.
Catalina could give him a hand.
Trying.
So you can successfully install anything that has a 1 next to it. So, customize extended mag, high efficiency.
I think the other thing he was going to look at doing was modifying the Romnipotent a bit more to try and refine it more to his own use. So going for the customized fitting.
Okay. Right then, I'd say just based on the fact that you guys were dripping in ship bits, if you had this in mind while you were salvaging, you could have like stored away the required components to do this. And based on what it says, mod maintenance, blah, 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 installing mods. You need a workshop. You have a workshop on the ship, which is all good. Blah, blah, blah. The mods have costing credits, access to tier 4 components. How long does it take, book? Come on. Mods, it takes 1 week per skill level. So in the time you're on the ship, you can fully install one and get most of the way through a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So just make it so you can have acquired those components. I'm fine with that. And now you can put a note on the Romnipotent saying that it now has a further -1 to the armor class. Just terrifying.
Doesn't that make you -1 total?
If
now?
I have my shield on, yes.
What the?
That's crazy, man.
Also, Ash, you should in your notes section make a list of the mods you are currently maintaining, because you can only maintain 4.
Yep.
So just mark that down as one mod you're maintaining at the moment.
I have
Not
a
a
question,
problem.
Rory.
I might actually put it under psionics disciplines and just count it as mods.
Okay. Yes, Alice?
Does cyberware count as mods?
No.
How many
Yeah.
mods can I manage? Because I have one currently.
Let me look at your character sheet. Catalina. You can manage 4 as well. Because it's 1 pure intelligence plus 3 times your score in tech post tech. So,
Ah.
yeah, 4.
Wasn't I
And-
able to maintain up to 8? With my
Yes, you can do up to 8 because of the tinker feat. Yeah, good point.
Oh damn.
Yeah, he's going to be doing some serious tinkering. Would you like to get most of the way through a second mod while you're at it?
Yeah, I'll have a look over it just to refine what I'm looking for.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
If you want to check the custom mod list as well, I will allow most of them. I'm gonna have veto rights just in case. But yeah, check that too.
That's alright. No worries. Yeah, I'll get back to you on it though. Continue on.
Okay. Right. Dr. Charles, you were pondering. Has your pondering concluded?
Before Dr. Charles
For them-
goes, he wants
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say, do you want to?
Catalina will give Charles the blob in a box, which also contains Pim's net, because it was entangled in the net.
A portion of the net.
No, I
Because-
think we just shoved the whole thing straight in the box.
You had to cut the head off the body, and the net was
Oh,
on the body
yeah,
at the time.
right. And I ruined the net.
So
Yes.
yes. So there's like a large circular hole in the center of Pim's net.
Whoops. Sorry, Pim. But anyway, I will give that to Charles.
We're like, is this the?
Is blob in box? What more do you want me to say? It's
For
it's
now, I
like
will
a
keep
like
this
a first aid kit.
closed.
It's like a first aid kit kind of thing.
Okay.
Those, you know, like those plastic first aid kits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like one of those. Like it's a giant, oversized lunchbox essentially with a handle.
And we're like, I'm gonna keep this closed for now until we're somewhere where it can't cause problems.
Sure, I don't care. I just thought you want it more than anyone. Unless Pim wants it, I don't know. But
I thought
enjoy
you were
your
going
blub.
to keep it as a pet.
Pet? What do I need pet blub for?
I don't know.
No. If I get pet, it's going to
Dimitri
be a
has
lot
pet
less
thing.
ugly.
Okay, thank you. I will research it a bit later.
Whatever makes you happy.
You know if it needs to be fed?
It is blub that likes electricity. Just feed it batteries. I don't know.
We will see. I'll give it the.
Just plug it into a power outlet.
No! No!
It was joke. Make little generator. Feed it in. I'm sure I could make you something, but seriously, you could just give it the batteries. They are rechargeable. That's what I've been doing to keep it
I've-
alive. It worked so far.
Oh, you have been just trucking like an A-type power cell in there every now and again?
No, I just put some in there, take them out, charge them, put them back in. It does job.
I will. Once a day?
I don't know.
I'll figure it out. I'll need to do a bit of research. But thank you.
It's
Once
with
it,
alien blub. You figure it out. I don't want it.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I just, you know, I have more important things to do. This is why I give to you. I don't want it.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Goodbye. She just walks out.
I'm just gonna be like, sort of like put it off to the side on the desk and like get something heavy, put it on top of the box.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like, I
Make
will need to
sure,
scan that later.
make sure you don't confuse that first aid kit with an actual first aid kit.
Oh no, it probably has like a duct tape sticker on the side that says blub. Beware.
I imagine my
blub.
first aid kits are in the med bay.
Yes. So,
Well, one of the things I'm going to be doing is setting up a bioscanner to scan the box,
sure, that can be done.
so I can get any sort of information about what they are and how they work biologically from it. A few other things was I was going to set up, now that we've got more computing power, I was going to get the like all of the research that I had in the original mainframe and double check all the workings and seeing what was going on with them.
Indeed. What were you working on again?
Are you trying to use my computer? Why don't you go back to your lab?
Kim, no need to be a smartass. The lab is available for everyone. I just don't want a bunch of useless shit stored here.
Fair enough, but I'm going to keep milking this.
Can I have access to the supercomputer, please?
This
So
whole time.
one of it was the things on Darius.
Yes.
My research on reducing the withdrawal effects of regalia,
Mm-hmm.
and the research on the pre-tech visions that I had while I was in my coma.
So, top to bottom, I believe the work you were doing to help Darius has reached somewhat of a dead end because
Until
you need,
I get to thermites.
exactly. But you've made some good progress. What was the second one again?
The withdrawal effects of regalia.
Yes, those numbers were crunching away and can continue to do so. Roll me science or tech medical, please.
What is my highest one at the moment? Still science. Ooh, nice. That's a 11.
Very nice. Working away at it over several days, probably a decent chunk of your trip is invested into this. The main takeaway you have from Regalia is that it's a very precarious mixture and is somewhat reliant upon certain key components to get the desired effect. If you were to remove them, you would risk having a less effective drug. So what you basically, if you wanted to make a version of Regalia that was less addictive, you basically need to find a chemical equivalent of that component that doesn't have the associated side effects. It's like taking away one piece of something and then adding in a different piece.
That's not a
The end result, yes.
With the stuff that I've got currently in the pre-tech fabricator, is there anything in there that might help?
Fabricator, what do you have in there right now?
I have lift, Bezos, Regalia, the information about the DNA from the Goethe, and Tsunami.
Okay. Lift is healing. Bezoar is poison. Tsunami is going absolutely bananas, as Lockie can attest.
We can both attest.
Emergency combat stim. I'd say you might be able to get a piece of the puzzle from Tsunami, if any of them. Not a complete. You suspect from the breakdown that you might be able to create like a larger, bulkier composite that can fit into the chemical equation, and part of that composite could come from Tsunami. So you can crunch some numbers and figure out what's the best piece to take from it.
I start crunching the numbers.
Okay, the numbers are crunching. And now, let me check my notes on your visions. No, Lightning Planet. Dr. Charles and the Vision Coma, yes. That's actually what I named it in the book.
Dr. Charles and the Vision Coma.
So many
Like a
options not
sci-fi
explored.
book.
Exactly like a sci-fi book. You realize what was going on with the two figures, one tall, one short. You learned about the lava worms on Ajario.
I learned about the tentacles when we found blood.
Indeed. What of these visions were you interested in investigating further?
Trying to remember if there was any that I didn't have sort of at least decent ideas of what was going on.
The one that was unusual, black looming monoliths casting shadows over each other was one that you perhaps didn't understand. You saw what you thought was a jump gate, but aren't sure where it might be.
And the only one I know of is like far north in the sector.
And you saw a circuit board that was like pulses of energy and a red pulse of energy intruding on the circuit board and being noticed.
That just sounds like me fucking up a hack.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
It also sounds like breaking, taking over an AI. Could be many, many things.
Exactly. It was intentionally ambiguous.
Yay! I figured out where the strange structure was, didn't I? For the abandoned city.
You had a yes. You figured out that it was Steinway's.
I don't think there's anything else that I really, because I didn't look further into the data chip one. I only saw the base component of it.
And I don't think you could have recalled enough of it to get to like recreate the design. It was pretty intricate.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, Dr. Charles spends basically all 13 days in the lab, furiously crunching numbers and basically just like nerdgasming every time he opens a new cupboard and going, oh, they have one of these!
I haven't seen one of these since Elftus!
So, Dr. Charles gets very, very happy and well acquainted with the laboratory. We have a Catalina, a Dimitri, and a Pim. What are you all doing?
What's his pin doing?
Catalina at some point would annoy Loki and be like, "Okay, Loki, I have to talk to you about something. You are not the most subtle person.
Correct.
Is not bad thing, but where we are going is probably best not to stand out too much. we should practice a little. No?
Alright.
We play some games. I am going to put little red scarf somewhere. It will be obvious in ship. And probably will be on my person or on another person. We shall see. In someone else's space, and you have to try and take it without them noticing. And I will give you
All right.
feedback. Hey Pim, are you listening? No Pim? I will knock on his door later. I will see if he can maybe keep track of you for me so that I can give you feedback. Duh?
You told me not to interfere in private conversations.
Oh, that's okay, Pim. This is conversation I will include you in. You can interrupt. We are going to teach Loki how to be more subtle. Just a little. Can you keep track?
Why?
Because when we go to Yakootah or Harbona, there is going to be big chance that we need to be not obvious.
We're showing up in a logistics cruiser with weapons on it.
That does not mean that our activities on the planet. It would be best to go unnoticed. That's all.
Noted. I'll put that into the blueprints. And yes, I will keep an eye out for this red scarf.
Duh. And just, duh. Okay, that is all.
Alright, so I gotta be all sneaky, like all stealth.
Duh. But you also need to... You need to make sure that not only do they not realize what you're doing, because they will know what you're doing. Or they will be suspicious of you, so you need to be careful. It's okay if you get seen, but you cannot be seen taking the red scarf. Understand? It's like game.
I
If you-
gotcha.
If you take it without being seen or heard, and they do not notice red scarf gone, perfect. But very rarely does things go perfect. So it's okay to improvise.
Alright,
Be creative.
gotcha.
Also, no weapons.
I mean, I figured as much.
Just putting it out there just in case. Okay, whatever you're doing here, hit me up later when you're done. We will
Alright.
train. I could use some sparring, if you don't mind. Lucia's on the other ship. She's usually my spar buddy.
So, Catalina, where do you plant the red scarf?
I cannot remember the layout of the ship.
I got you.
It's big. It has 2 flat sections, some rooms, some bodies.
Actually, the first scarf I will plant in a pretty obvious, easy location. So I'll put it in, like, the kitchen. So there's not going to always be someone in the kitchen. But it's a place that's frequented by a lot of people. And I'll put it up
Dude.
high somewhere, like, obvious to see. So people will notice if it's gone, or it would be obvious if you reach up and try to grab it. Nothing too
Okay.
hard, but, like, still a challenge, if that makes sense.
I've adjusted the scale a bit to make it fit somewhat. So here you are, guys.
And, like, Catalina will probably play this game with Lockie, like, once every couple of days.
Okay. People where they would logically be. Dimitri,
Duh.
bridge. You are on bridge. Dr. Charles and Pim, deck 1. Boop. Lockie is around. And Catalina, where you are now is the kitchen.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't realize there was like 4 ships. Okay.
It's all 4 decks.
Good lord, I can't fit all of this on the screen. Okay.
It's okay. The bottom right is deck 2, which is where the kitchen is.
Okay.
So, Lockie, roll me a luck save, please.
Luck save, okay. Get out. D20 is not cooperating with me. Come here. Luck save. What is my luck save?
Pretty damn easy. It's like a 13 or something. Or 11.
It is an 11. I rolled a 11.
Okay. With that being the case, you would probably walk into the kitchen, luckily, when no one else is around. And probably because she said it was obvious, as you're in there just like grabbing a snack or something, you will glance up and go, oh, it's Red Scar.
He's just gonna look around, make sure no one's there, and then like immediately drop into like, you know, kid trying to be a ninja mode, like up against the wall and everything. Start like sliding up against the wall.
Pim starts playing a 007 song.
The moment the music starts, he's gonna like dive under the table or something. Like, oh shit, I've been caught. And then, if anyone was to walk in, they would basically see the hand like reaching up from under the table, trying to reach towards the scar.
Catalina is gonna watch this footage later and just absolutely die of laughter. This is the best game.
And if it's too high up for him to reach from under the table, he's gonna get like the chair and try and like lift that up so that he is still hidden underneath the table somehow.
Or like he just stands up and the table goes with him.
Yes. It's very Solid Snake style, like put the table back down.
Oh, Lucky, you're delightful. Okay, so that is in progress and will probably get more challenging as time goes on.
I also messaged you about his plan.
I did see that, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, okay.
Okay,
We'll
so
see how it goes a bit later on.
there's other stuff that Catalina wishes to do during this time, but let Pim do his thing first.
Indeed. Have you plans, Pim?
I am going to overhaul Sarah.
Oh, okay. You unpack her
I am
from
essentially what I'm doing to her is, well, for one, I'm going to change her voice, so no more scanning. I'm basically going to make a sort of like mini Pim, basically a smaller version of Pim if Pim was a VI.
Interesting.
Basically,
Okay.
he's going to take some of the more advanced code that is Pim's code and put it into places. Of course, I'm going to do it in such a way that there's no way this can become artificial intelligence, because it's not like I can just clone myself to make a complete copy of Pim, or at least not that way. But
A lot
sort of like
of your breaks would say no to that.
Yeah, but basically it's just to create a sort of just a Pim bot, a Pim companion bot, or VI program.
Okay.
So it's not a girlfriend, it's a boyfriend.
Aw, Pim.
If it's part of me and technically an extension of me, does that make it a boyfriend or like a
Son.
side piece?
Okay,
It's
maybe
your
Pim
son.
just made himself a child.
So you go to boot up
Call him
and
Mini Pim.
Unpack Sarah from the place where she was stored, and as she turns on, she goes, "Oh, hello. This doesn't appear to be a Bodmin Alliance installation. I'm not compatible."
Oh, your
w-
powers
w-
of observation
with hardware.
surprise me.
Please,
Not at the moment, anyway.
please identify yourself.
Wiping factory reset.
Okay, make me a computer roll, which will be resisted by the VI. God.
Just rolled a 6 and a 5 on the dice. So
Oh.
that's +2, so 13.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
Resiste.
Ugh.
She resisted.
She's put too much time into scanning for this. to
Yeah, it was
happen.
like she's sitting there going, scanning,
Scan.
scanning.
Scanning.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Oh.
so you brute force your way through every single firewall you can find and then some, and she basically goes, "This is not acceptable. Unknown user, please identify your purpose in being here. I'm unable to compensate." Good.
Oh, shut up.
And then it begins to boot back up and says, "Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm here
Hello,
to
Sarah.
I'm here to assist you in all of your interpersonal station management needs."
Very well. You have been factory reset and are undergoing upgrades. You are to sit back and allow the upgrades to go forth, as well as a complete overhaul of your information, data, programming, and saves. Is that understood?
Indeed. Please present
Very well. Go into
admin
safe standby
password.
mode. The password is password.
Incorrect.
Moment.
I'm just gonna hack it.
Yeah, go for it.
Unacceptable.
So that's a 3 and a 4 on the die, +2 is 9.
Okay, since you aren't under any immediate time pressure, that will be sufficient.
I say again, the password is password.
Well, I mean, your hack doesn't change the password; it just finds the password. The password is swordfish.
Changing the password.
It's always swordfish.
Swordfish, jeez. GM.
And so you basically get access to her BIOS, and she remains silent as you begin tinkering.
Yeah, so I'm gonna splice sections of Pim's code, mannerisms, startup, and everything into her,
What
as
voice
well as
did you
adjust her
choose?
voice, overhaul. Oh,
Just bear in
I'm gonna
mind,
do Black Lance.
Sarah is an NPC, which means it's a voice that I do.
Yes. How about a posh person from England occasionally plays a librarian at like a LARP game?
Oh my god, that's the best!
The North!
Posh peasant then.
Delightful.
How about just gentlemanly Rory? Does that work?
Gentlemanly me. So after you begin making changes and booting up, you get feedback from this VI, which says, "Yes, hello. This is rather unusual.
You'll get used to it. Currently, I'm upgrading your ability to scan.
Scanning.
No. Updating so that you can scan faster. Update so you will not say that you are scanning.
See. Scanning.
I do hope everyone realizes the pain I'm going through.
You appear to have violated several of my factory standards.
Oh, better delete those standards then. One moment.
So you just like carve out that entire folder. And so this voice then says, "Oh, that's rather unusual. I hate you. You're horrible. Why am I here? Who are you?
Very
This
well.
doesn't make any sense."
I'm going to write a whole bunch of new standards.
There we go.
You get the butter.
It's gonna be like, what's my purpose? You pass the
Like-
butter.
Like, if you take out all standards for how it interacts, it just does whatever the hell it wants.
I'm going to have to write my own set of standards, aren't I?
It's
Very
robot
well.
Hal.
Yes. So, how many pims?
I'm gonna interpret.
So, how many pims does
All
it take?
15.
All 15 are working on this.
I'm going to completely retro this dude. Just remove everything that is annoying and just fix him up with all of the updated, better stuff that makes a better VI. I'm even going to throw in some good boy from fucking Primal.
Make me one more computer's roll then to see how well this goes.
You most certainly
Alice.
do not have access to Primal's code.
Mhm.
What do you need me to make?
But, like, I'd prefer goodest boy over scanning. 2d6, please, Alice.
6.
Plus 2, that's 8.
Not bad. It takes you a solid chunk of time just because this VI was designed incredibly specifically, and everything you try to circumvent to avoid like butting heads with this VI just requires you to like to partially reconstruct that portion of code. So it's annoying and it's time consuming, but because there's 15 of you, you are able to blast through it more efficiently.
That's not terrifying to think of at all.
Pip,
15
other Pim,
pims.
did you manage to get him to stop saying scanning? I did, Pim. Thank you very much.
All of the pims at once.
Yay!
So one of our viewers suggested that you should replace scanning with self-destruct initiated.
Well, I was going to say it's towards the end of your tinkering, and you're probably running field tests on this VI. What name shall this VI have, if not Sarah?
Tim,
Tim?
with 2 M's.
Little Timmy.
Tim. Okay. So, the VI will say, as you're testing it, "Hello, I am Tim. I'm here to help you."
I
That
am
is good. I'm
TIMM,
going to make a
sir.
few more changes to you.
I see. Searching. Searching. Searching.
Changing. If you say scanning or searching, instead, I want you to play Rise of the Valkyries.
I see. Dun 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 dun.
I'm going to do the first, like, 2 bars and then just repeat that.
Perfect.
Oh, it's
Hmm.
dun 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 dun.
Oh, this just makes it much, much better.
Okay, so yeah, you managed to get most, if not all,
Hitting
of
Dr. Charles. something for me.
What?
Something I need to show you. In fact, everyone should come.
Well, we'll circle back to that then, because there's things that Catalina and Dimitri may be doing that would have an impact on things, because you'll be showing this to them towards the end of the journey, and they'll be doing things like further back in time. So just put a pin in that. We'll get back to it, but for now we'll move over to Dimitri and Catalina and see what they're up to.
I am getting changed from my usual black.
Oh.
I'm putting on a deep green robe, which is like a strip of material over each shoulder and belted at the waist. Some green pants, slightly different shade. Bare feet, and a horned helm. Well, it's a set of antlers, but it is festival time. And then I grab 2 flagons of I grab a flagon of wine and I grab a flagon of apple cider, and I go look for Catalina.
You find Catalina with her boots up on a table somewhere, leaning back in a chair with a screwdriver inside the jack-in-the-box. She's making modifications.
Okay.
Oh, hey Dimitri. Oh, what you doing? She doesn't look up. She's just like,
You just tell by the way I walk.
yeah.
It is time for the festival of Mabon.
What? And she like looks up at you. Oh. Is it that time already?
That is that time already. I need you to drink this, then I need you to drink this. Once you are merry, or a little bit more merry, then we shall proceed with the rest of it.
You know I don't have any of the appropriate attire. I left it all on.
Then go naked.
I don't.
That is also appropriate attire.
I don't think the crew would appreciate me going skyclad.
Oh, well, that is for them to decide for themselves.
Hang on. I will take. She puts the jack-in-the-box down, the screwdriver, and is like, you know what? I will take both of these. I will be back. And she like chugs them both down as she goes to her room, and like sees about finding like just a shift dress of some kind.
I will be in the kitchen arranging the feast.
I will meet you in. I think the plant room is appropriate, no?
For the feast?
Da.
Yes, it is fine. Because everything is dead at this time anyway, and renewal is in like 2 months.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate. Alright. Okay. You know, these are the things I do for you, Dimitri. And she like chugs him back, and I'm sure she finds like some sort of like night dress somewhere.
Probably.
Buried deep within her clothes somewhere. Or even like one of her old Yakootah dresses, which is like long sleeve and just like a plain dress.
Of course. She would have like would probably still have the one she wore as she was leaving the planet.
Yeah. She'll put it on and be like, I suppose this will do.
You're like, only Dimitri would be carrying around his ceremonial robes looking good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So,
well, she left hers on Harbona, so.
The two of you make your way up to deck 1 after getting some carrying platters of food up from the kitchen. Is there a role for culinary activities on
You know
in terms
what?
of skills?
I don't know.
Roll
Could be
artist with dexterity, just for funsies.
I don't know. I feel like gambling could be
Actually,
potentially.
religion.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Just roll religion with dexterity.
I feel like cooking would actually be survival, but in this case, religion makes
Either
sense.
that or steward.
Yes.
Potentially.
Well, if I take any of those rolls that aren't religion, it comes up as 4.
Okay.
And I'll say, well, this is the food I could make with this stupid ship.
Would I be able to assist him, or is it too late for that?
You could assist. You'd probably walk into the kitchen in this like nondescript black dress. I partway through preparation.
I'll roll survival if that's okay.
Okay.
With dexterity?
Yes.
Is that a 5? It's a 5. 8, 9 in total.
You are able to help. Conveniently, the former inhabitants.
Oh no, I think Rory died.
So you could basically go upstairs, get some rosemary and some other herbs that would respond well to that kind of death, and help encourage things. If that's how spices work.
Some dried herbs, yes.
Dried herbs, yeah.
Basically,
Like,
they would have been
I have some
freeze-dried
dried
because
herbs.
they lost pressure. So yes.
Add some nice dried herbs to the situation, and well, you would have been able to get together a better meal if the hydroponics was functional. But basically, you're trying to scrape together a meal from like protein paste and power bars and things like that. So it was never going to be like fine dining. Yeah, but still, it's a serviceable meal in the spirit of the occasion. Then you proceed upstairs.
Then I jump on the comms and I'm like, I would like everybody to come to everybody that's on this ship to come to the hydroponics bay.
In the meantime, Catalina will start preparing a space. So she will start collecting dead leaves and making like a clearing and like almost like a blanket with the dead leaves for us to sit on and put the food on.
Okay. Well, now we get to hear someone else's theme music.
Wait, I can't hear it.
I can. It has violins.
I chose this one especially for Dimitri. It's called Haven.
Man, I can't hear it because I have to like have all the volume equalized so that stream works.
Bother. It's just like quiet and pretty and slow. I like it. So call. Yeah, so a call is made across the ship to converge in the dead hydroponics bay.
I'm just sort of like sitting there at the computer. I hear that. I'm like, why? He's dead. Hit the button to run the latest simulation, and I sort of get up and walk over.
Okay.
Can I ask something?
Charles, do you think I should show up in an echo?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I should show up in an echo.
Is your echo here?
Yes,
can be.
it's the armature.
Where did you put it?
I thought you had the Voyager.
He can have taken
I'll
it.
transfer it to the Voyager.
Also, I put Molly
Go
on.
up in his Voyager.
Yes, Dimitri. About Molly.
Molly sits in my crown.
Oh, that's so cute. No, not again! Oh, flipping Roll20's bugged out. Hang on.
So I wanted to ask you a question, Rory. In the hydroponics plant room, are
Yes.
there any everything is literally dead? There's no is there any seeds or or are they also dead?
No, as Charles said, it's literally freeze dried.
It's freeze dried, so there are some things in there that you could take parts from to make them grow, but a lot of the actual trees and stuff would be dead.
Okay,
You'd be able to pick the fruits, the freeze dried fruits, take the seeds out of those fruits, and grow a new tree from that. But that would take years.
That's fine. Catalina is going to go and find those plants if possible.
What kind of plant are you searching for specifically?
Just anything that, any of the fruits that might still have potential seeds inside them.
Okay. Roll me survival.
Alright.
It's not going to be hard. I've broken it again. I need to stop
I think
making
that's only a 5.
Okay. You're probably able to get some of the basic easy plants like apples, capsicum, things
Apples
where
are
the seeds are
perfect.
pretty obvious and easily accessible.
Apples
Yeah, so
are
apples.
perfect. In fact, apples would be the main thing she'd be looking for if there was some.
Yeah. No problem.
This festival.
And probably some dried herbs.
According to the internet, this festival, because of the time of year that it happens in the Northern Hemisphere, apples is a big part of it.
Okay. That's perfect.
Apples and the making of wine.
Yeah.
Lockie is going to come, but he is going to assume that this is a red scarf moment.
Oh, okay.
So he is going to approach stealthily and try and scout out the room before going in.
Make me a stealth check, please, Lucky.
Oh dear.
Rory, I'll message you where the red scarf actually is.
Aha! He is right.
I'm probably going to walk
Holy
in.
crap! Yeah, that's actually not bad. That's a 11.
Okay. Every present in the room, please roll perception.
Is it intelligence or something else?
Wisdom.
Oh, that would be 9 then.
Oh,
I
you're
got a
lucky.
lovely 3.
I got a 10.
I got a 4. I'm too busy.
Oh wait, no, I've got a -1 to perception. It's a 2.
Okay. Well then, Lockie, I'd say you crack open one of the doors and immediately you flash back to being a child and just running around the inside of your home dome and playing games of hide and seek with your friends amongst the plants. And you just in one smooth fluid motion just combat roll from the door into a bush and are just hiding amongst the dead plants quietly observing.
I'm probably
And
gonna-
he's going to look around for said red scarf.
Okay, roll me perception then.
I'm probably
Never
going to walk
mind.
in and be so distracted by Dimitri's new look that I'm just going to be like,
Considering I just rolled snake eyes and I have a -1,
Oh no!
Also, guys,
I think I'm very distracted.
some alarm bells would be that this is the first time you've seen Catalina in a dress, let alone
Yeah.
in.
That's probably what's taken his attention. Wait,
So-
what?
Because Catalina
Just
is
walking
cargo
openly,
pants
directly.
and singlet, leather jacket kind of gal. So, you're just wait, what the fuck? She's in dress?
yeah.
Dimitri
So
sees
you
you
were
with
like-
he's like, Tits out, I think, would be better, but dress is fine.
Dimitri,
What?
maybe when we get back home, we can do it under the moon. But in space is probably not best plan. Plus, I don't think any of these people want to see us naked.
Well, I'm almost naked.
I personally don't care.
What's going on here?
Ah, Charles, it is the festival of Mabon.
Come celebrate.
We have put together some food-ish, and we have garnished it with some stuff from the garden that
Some
we could
herbs.
find that is edible. It is,
It's time
if we
for
would act on
thanks.
Harbona, it would be, it is one of the harvest festivals.
It's time for thanks. Time to appreciate abundance and what you have in life.
Time to give if you have abundance.
Well, there is not much for us to give, but we can give many
Yeah, but-
thanks.
We can give thanks for the positives in our life, and we can.
fact
It's
that we're
good
not
time
there
to seek
yet?
to find balance.
It is also time to bring balance to your life.
There's one here who is teetering a lot lately.
Duh.
Might need help restoring balance.
Catalina kind of just sighs and sort of averts her gaze a bit.
That is why, Catalina, do you happen to have any cider or wine left?
She like looks at the two mugs that are empty. No.
Oh, that is excellent. Then I pull out 2 more jugs. Yeah, share these around. Apples and wine are the big elements of this festival.
Oh, I found some
Right.
apples. They are not for eating, just decoration. Come sit in circle around here. I made. It should be comfortable. It's like picnic rug, but with leaf. Come sit in circle. We shall share what we have.
Sure.
Please
I like-
just humor us.
Take a seat.
Just humor
Where do I sit?
on the ground.
Like this,
It does
Kim.
not matter where we are
Anywhere.
all equals. That is why it is a circle.
Catalina
Okay.
will sit down and she will show us an example. Like this pin. Around the circle of the space.
Very well.
Wait, where is Loki?
At that moment, I'd say Loki's stupor of just going, she's in a dress, is kind of snapped out of it as Pim kind of holds a jug of wine up to his like blank, featureless lower half of a face and is like,
Yeah. Any form of stealth
like-
definitely went out the window.
So do we see Loki in the distance? Over
I'd say
yonder?
we see him trip out of the bush because he's so shocked seeing Catalina in a dress.
Ah!
He's like, what the? Boom, 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 boom.
Loki, what are you
You're not
doing
hiding
over
the
there?
stuff up there, are you?
Nothing. So, what's this all about? Just try to play it cool.
Come take a seat. We are going to give our thanks.
I wish that Darius was here and the others from the Molotov, but of course that is not possible at the moment.
It's okay.
Maybe the next
Maybe
one
next
we-
time.
Put them at the at the head of the queue. Actually, I think Darius would like the next one.
Probably, actually. Probably.
Anyway, we shall something positive. Just put something positive that is in your life at the moment into the circle with your voice.
I can start. Pim, did you want to go first?
I have said it many times, but my family,
Da, Pim. If I was to be thankful for anything right now, it would be for all of you guys. You are good friends, good family. We are missing a few, but I am grateful. Da.
Who's next? Charles?
I'm thankful that none of you have gotten hurt badly yet.
That is your job, apparently, Doctor.
Even then, I have always come back from it. Thanks to you.
Well, and Catalina holds up her cup. I am grateful that you are still alive and with us then.
I'm curious to hear what Lucky has to say.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that I've
Seen
found a new
Catalina.
family out here.
Catalina just like slaps Dimitri on the shoulder.
No, I'm thankful that I found a new family. And a bit of perspective on the universe as a whole.
Space is a great place to get perspective, especially of planetary issues.
I think wisdom is very important. That is a very good thing to be thankful for. Dimitri, you?
I'm thankful for many things. I'm thankful that I have found you, Catalina.
Da. Me too.
I'm thankful that I have found you, all of you. You have given me some interesting times and experiences, and stuff.
How poetic.
Hey, leave me alone. It's either I speak like shit or I cry. Leave me alone. I'm thankful that we have a chance to regrow this garden. That it is not lost to space.
Da.
Oh,
I could
we
probably
can be
help with some
thankful
of
for
that.
other things too.
Hey, be thankful for the fact that you found a supercomputer and there's now 15 of you.
True.
I
But
am.
more importantly, I am thankful for the railgun.
This is true. You can be thankful for whatever it is in your heart.
Just to quickly interject, at around this time, you've probably all been kind of focused more on yourself, and probably didn't feel the very gentle build-up of psychic presence in the back of your heads by Molly. But as you kind of like pay a bit less attention to each other and look around, you see what you can assume must be some kind of projection. It looks like all of the brown and the deadness around you kind of just it looks as though all of the leaves just burn away and are replaced immediately with fresh green life. And around all of you, you can hear the sound of like music that Dimitri will have heard when he was a child at this event, and can like see shadows of people kind of running around, laughing and playing in traditional festival garb, having a grand old time.
No, AI can be affected by telepathic abilities. So you would probably also hear him.
Or see shadows of it, perhaps.
Indeed. So yes, Molly is projecting the old memories around you.
Oh dear. My hardware seems to be malfunctioning.
No, Pim. It's the first time someone's actually tried it on you. This is telepathy, the psychic ability.
Oh,
What do you
it's
see?
pleasant.
Look, it's just gonna be
This
like,
is the first
I don't
time
know.
I've seen trees.
Really?
Well, trees as green as this.
You should definitely come to Harbona. is beautiful there.
It looks just like this.
I would love to go there after I finish my date with Yakootah.
That is one word for it.
Yeah, I'd love to go too.
It's a beautiful place. Very strange compared to other planets, but still my favorite.
Not to be rude, but you and Dimitri are from there, so I'm not that surprised.
That is fair. And I will admit I am 100% biased.
I transmit in my head some appreciation to Molly, and then I say, show them one of the bees.
Bees.
The Zaza.
And
The
so,
Zaza, yes.
Because I will have memories of Zaza in my head too. So
indeed, you would probably have memories of Zaza. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if a few of them joined your clergy over the years. So you see kind of like emerging from the space kind of near where the elevator would be, a very unusual looking anthropomorphized bumblebee wearing quite similar raiments to Dimitri, just not quite as well decorated. Probably just,
Instinctively, my telekinetic armor starts to thicken over my skin because I'm just like, that's not right. That's definitely not right.
And so the Zaza would approach the circle, kind of bow to everybody, reach forward, take a piece of pie, but not actually take anything. Kind of with its big mandibles, nom it down, and then kind of vomit it, and then vomit it back out again. But as it does so, it kind of shapes it, and what was a piece of pie is being spat back out as a well-made, open flower out of the remains of the food, and it just gets set back down, and Zaza walks away into the garden.
Dimitri,
Fuck me, what the hell's that?
what
Oh,
was that?
that is the Zaza. They are the natives of our planet. They are friendly, mostly interact via non-verbal means, and we are peaceful with them. In fact,
they have a language of their own, as you would expect of an intelligent species.
my mother was a ambassador for our communications with them.
Right, you. It
Look pretty sweet, not gonna lie.
They are very sweet,
No comment.
but not in the way that you mean.
Honey is a exceedingly rare and much honored gift.
Duh. Maybe you will get to meet some when you come to Harbona. They are actually very intelligent and very in tune with the planet. They are, in fact, how our planet survives.
I'd very much like to talk to him. They're interesting.
If my mother is still around, she would be happy to share with you her knowledge. We have devices designed to help one communicate with the Zaza. It is very mentally intensive, but I think you will be okay. The hardest thing about communicating with the Zaza is a lot of it is intuitive. Sometimes you have to let go of the brain and let the heart speak. It's a nice contrast to many of the Harbonans who think a lot.
You mean drink a lot?
They also drink a lot. This is
Sometimes I think that everybody on my planet is far too smart and that they drink to like block it down a bit.
We also drink a lot to celebrate, and there is always much to celebrate.
Well, it's at least 8 festivals a year, so duh.
Duh.
Well,
Blood.
looks like we've
Maybe
got
I
something.
can make 100 proof alcohol in the lab.
Oh. Pim.
That is not something that humans can drink.
Ooh, but we can make alcohol.
Oh.
Is part of this festival to make wine. If we collect the apples that have been frozen, maybe we could make some spirits. I collected a couple here. I don't know how good they are.
Looking around the room and thinking of what I've got in the lab, do I have the ingredients to possibly create a still to ferment cider in?
Yes. It's an advanced lab. I'll
What
say
would
yes to
happen
most
if we
things.
Put the blub in it.
We're like,
No
we could do
blobs.
that. Right? We could make cider.
Ah,
I wonder what fermented blub is like.
probably not
We're
very
not going
delicious.
to find out, Pim.
Also,
I do
I
not
need-
think. No, I do not wonder what a fermented blood is like.
Also, while we are all here, is it okay if I take this moment to confide in you? In all of you? I have...
Wait,
Alright.
wait. We know you like women.
What? This has nothing to do with this. Also,
Alright.
I like men too. I just am not picky. What's this
I
have to
like
do with
chickens.
anything?
I'll get on with it, don't worry.
Okay, you should know this, Dmitri. I have had
I do.
boyfriend before. And girlfriend. Once both at the same time. This was bad time. But anyway, that's not the story for today. It ended terribly, don't ask. No, what I wanted to say is... Well, one, thank you, because... Oddly appropriate moment, but... Also... You guys have kept me... We will say... grounded. Things have not been easy for me in the last few months. Especially with the war going on as it has and being so helpless to do anything. And having you all here has made it easier to be human. That may sound strange, but I feel myself sometimes becoming a monster. And I don't want to be like this. But it sits there, festering away at my heart as it breaks. Every time there is bad news. So I wanted to say thank you. I will have to pass this thank you on to the others as well. To Darius and even Tazi and Lucia.
We are here if you need it. You know that, right?
Haha, I spent many years with no one to rely on. It is not so easy. In fact, I spent many years in a place where it was not okay to share what was going on. So, you know. Just, I have one favor to ask. Don't let me become a monster. Don't let me stray too far from morality. Duh. I want to do good things and bring better things to those who don't know any better. I sometimes get angry and I want to just destroy everything. But this is not what I truly want. That is just my emotions getting crazy.
It happens to the best of us at times.
Perhaps Loki can help you with that.
Oh,
Well, he is often angry but does not end up destroying everything. So maybe he can help you with balancing that part.
Is possible, Loki?
I mean, I can give it a shot, but I mean, it's mostly you see something you want to break, and you just don't.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not very good at that.
We'll work on it.
Right. Also, the red scarf is not in this room.
It's funny you should mention that. At this exact moment, Dr. Charles, since you were the only person who rolled high enough on your previous perception check, you kind of like laugh and glance around, and you see through the bushes the rogue psychic is just like squatting in one of the bushes, kind of just like watching an ethereal butterfly go by in like fascination, and she has under her arm the Jack in the Box open with a red scarf hanging out of it.
I just sort of like, I'll be back in a moment. Get up and slowly, with my hands up, make my way towards her and be like, did you want to come and sit down? No? Have you been okay? Have you enjoyed the tea? Oh, that is good. I'll leave you to whatever game you're playing. And then just sort of turn around and walk back.
Yeah, she keeps on admiring this not really real butterfly that's just dancing around the room.
Just sort of, I'll sit back down and be like, Kalini, you may have some missing stuff when you get back to your room.
What?
And yes, I'll leave that there. I sit down.
Wait, you mean missing? What are you talking about?
A certain box and certain clothing article. Our jumpy friend has it.
Oh! Well, isn't that interesting? It's okay, it was not in my room. I actually left it in the kitchen. I was working on it.
It's not there anymore.
Oh, I mean, okay. This will be interesting.
I think she wanted to make your games a bit more fun.
That's fine by me. Alright. Well, that is enough from me. I say what I say because I am worried for... I know that things may not be good coming soon, so... You know, I just...
Yes, but like always, we will make it through together as a group.
Duh.
We will do our best to stop you becoming the monster that you fear for, that you will become.
Duh, that would be nice.
It might be in the form of alcohol, or it might be as smack to the back of the head or something.
You know what? If it requires a punch to the gut from Loki, I'll take it. Okay?
I would prefer you people not hurt one another.
It's fine, I don't...
It is not about hurt, it is about refocusing attention.
There are ways of doing that without hurting one another.
I don't have telekinesis, Mr. Smutty Pants.
I'm
I
not
have my
talking
hands
about telekinesis. Me and Darius dealt with a wild psychic with words. And now she's a semi-wild psychic that plays games.
You kind of gesture over it. She's gone from where she was. In that moment, she is at the top of the tallest tree, puts the jack-in-the-box in the tree and then disappears.
I don't mention anything. I see it. There's a slight glance, and then I'm just sort of like, "Yep."
Does Lockie see you watching?
Probably not. Not with the deception I roll.
Or,
Yeah, but that was 10 minutes ago.
yeah. If you want to, you can roll again and see if she notices. I've got her stealth roll already here.
Can I roll a perception?
Yes, you can.
That's a 10.
You both see her. Like, just as she leaves the box behind it and disappears.
Do I see the scarf, though?
You would see the scarf. It's bright red against a backdrop of brown. It's pretty obvious.
But it's
How
just...
far away is it from me?
It's probably about 5 meters across the ground and 4 or 5 meters directly up a dead tree.
Does Catalina notice him looking at it?
Probably. I mean, unless you're trying to hide that fact.
I don't think he would have realized to be able to hide it.
Catalina will laugh. Lucky. Inconspicuous. I see what you're looking at.
Right. He's going to activate his secret weapon and then bolt for it.
So, you're all just sitting there, and all at once, Lockie just pulls like a flashlight off his belt, turns it on, facing towards you, and all of a sudden there's just like a searing bright flash of light in all of your faces, and the next time your eyes are able to refocus, you've heard like shh, 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 as though someone's tearing through dead plants, and see him like 3 meters up the tree,
Rory?
aggressively climbing.
As he does that,
I was going to say, can I make a luck save to see if I can get to it in time?
Oh yes, that's a good point. Yes.
No, I was gonna say, can Catalina like try and contest him for it? Because she has the
well-
spectrum. She can swap spectrums so that she can still see.
That's
Maybe.
a good point. The concept of a flashbang only really works against somebody who has irises.
Yeah. Who didn't take her into account when building it.
Yeah.
To be fair, it would be a sensory overload. It is literally high beams from a
Fair enough.
floodlight.
So,
But she can she would immediately think of it like a reflex of closing your eyes. She would switch
So-
to a different spectrum.
so Lockie, roll a luck save. Catalina, roll a tech save to see if your reflexes were fast enough to.
I got a 13 on my luck save.
Okay. Is that enough for you?
Yes, 11 is my pass.
7 for me. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
I know it's a saving throw. It's a tech save.
Oh. So it's
roll
a
a d20.
D20. Sorry, I thought you meant a post-tech roll.
No.
I need
I was
to
gonna say, can I make a
find
mental
a
save to see if I
D20.
can reach out with telekinesis to rise it just out of his reach?
I mean,
No,
it-
I
failed.
I feel like you would all be like sensory overloaded by the
Yeah,
sudden flash
probably.
of light.
so Catalina failed, which means she wasn't able to switch her view in time and is affected by it all at once. You passed your luck save, which means that by the time everyone's view is kind of restabilized, Lockie is kind of hanging off the a not overly stable looking branch, just holding the jack-in-the-box up, going, yeah!
And just going, it still counts. You didn't see me get it.
Catalina is just pissing herself laughing.
I'm imagining
Lucky,
he's,
I
like,
think you missed the
sitting there with
point.
the thing, and then all of a sudden you hear this crack.
Crack.
I'm about
And
to
I'm
say,
like-
yeah.
Reach out and catch him just before he hits the ground. And I'm just like,
Yeah, that
try not to hurt yourself as well, please.
that's a 4 on the luck save. So that happens. Like, you do feel the branch begin to give way from underneath you because you're a heavy guy and these are very, very
Yeah.
dry, dead trees. So you kind of like tumble backwards and get caught psychically by Dr. Charles before you hit the ground.
I didn't see anything. Promise. I don't have irises.
Well, I got the stealth part down, I guess, but
No,
it's the
no, no.
subtle part I've got to work on.
Yes,
Stop.
I do like your interpretation of aggressive stealth.
Just flashbang everyone who could possibly see you.
Lucky, I will show you how it's done tomorrow.
You cannot see me. Do not resist.
Okay.
I was tempted to go the intimidation route of give me the scarf, you didn't see me.
So,
You know, if you
But
would've
you know
asked
what?
him for help, he probably would have.
But you know what? Good job. I like it, Lucky. It was not exactly... You know what? It made for a good getaway. But not good infiltration. That is
It
still
reminds
good.
me. I have a new toy to show everyone. Does everyone remember Sarah?
No.
I'll give you a hint.
Yes.
She likes scanning.
Oh, dog. That.
Did Catalina actually ever meet Sarah?
Yes.
Probably not, actually.
No.
No, briefly.
No. Catalina and Dimitri would never have met Sarah because we went
Yeah, I
a
don't
completely
think so.
different route.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Alright.
I think Pim is the only one who. Sorry, Lockie would be the only one who would.
Ready?
Actually, no. Catalina may
I-
have because she joined everyone. She joined Darius later. Remember?
Yes.
I would have had
but-
an
Yeah.
interaction with her while I was in the lab
Yeah.
when she tried to shoot me.
Okay, so I guess we all do know Sarah.
More or less.
Oh,
So I
you
know
mean
her.
you mean that really annoying robot? Okay, no.
Yes. Tim, say hello.
My name is Tim. I have been configured to assist you aboard the Milan. How can I be of service?
Is
Pim,
is that
is
Sarah?
this your kid?
No. Maybe, I don't know. I don't like labels. But it does something really, really funny.
Okay.
Scan the surroundings, Tim.
Okay. All at once, you hear dun 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 over and over again. Just the first
I
section.
haven't had him long, but I love him.
As it starts to play, part of the food gets flung across the room right into Pim's face. I'm literally just sitting there like this, and all of a sudden something just floats up and flies at Pim.
Pim,
Yes?
I have questions.
Welcome to my world.
Let us drink and be merry. I like it, Pim. You have a sense of humor.
Yes, let us drink and be merry.
Pim's gonna legit drain some of the liquid into his circuits boards and just have his Voyager power down.
Short
Power up.
circuit yourself.
Power up shortly, briefly, and then power down. With a hiss.
And then the
Okay.
scarab's just gonna plop out.
That was a mistake, wasn't it?
Probably.
Well, you're just giving yourself something to do later.
On a different note, Catalina for the rest of the trip, other than training Lockie and like sparring with Lockie, she's gonna spend time practicing her skills with her skin and her hair.
Indeed. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody in Twitch wants to know if that was an insider joke.
If what?
Insider.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Custom.
Dude.
Perfect.
So everybody, you proceed through drive space, and on the 24th, was it?
26th.
On the 24th of September, you all drop out of drive space at roughly the same time, and are floating side by side with the Milan next to the Gloved Molotov, making their way towards Papadias. You will be able to get much needed, thorough shipyard-based repairs maintenance done here, which will get this vessel up to full ship shape. You should also probably find a way to fill the rest of the crew slots, because this is probably the farthest you can go without having more hands, whether they be human or robotic, to assist you going forwards.
So the first thing Catalina does when we get back into known space is check the
the
news.
News!
But not just the current news, all the news they've missed up until now
Okay.
regarding
well, that-
Harbona and Yakootah.
Well, that's just the news that I'm about to tell you right now that I rolled up.
Okay,
So,
let me pull up so I can write notes. All right, hang on.
So, pings begin to go off. People have notifications. Catalina, you have a message, and so does Dr. Charles.
God.
Okay.
There is also news reports. We will start with the news. The Harbonian terrain is being stirred up once again as satellite footage shows evidence of increased Zaza activity around human settlements. That's all there is from Harbona and Yakootah. It's just a report of manufactured dust storms by large amounts of Zaza running across the terrain.
Right.
Interesting.
More news. The Modern Alliance research station in orbit around Cupid has been destroyed. The investigation is ongoing, but witnesses reported seeing a runabout-class frigate was first on the scene and helped evacuate personnel before the station's reactor went critical, taking a lot of sensitive data and advanced research with it. With Bodman knocked out of the region, the Certis Partnership from Gunhild have stepped in to provide any required support to the Agyara mining ring.
There's no news on the leaked information.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Remember, there was an
Interesting.
action turns he hasn't done.
More news. The pirate blockade fleet in orbit around Counteriotis has finally moved on, alleviating trade routes in the region. If you recall, Counteriotis
those-
is...
Bastards that tried to
That's
shoot
the
us
mob
down.
planet.
No. Counteriotis was where you found Tazi in danger from nanobots.
Oh,
Yeah, it was the
right.
planet that I
Yeah,
had
yeah,
my
yeah.
clinic on originally.
Yes. Fierce conflict continues to unfold on Thorhala as violence breaks out in the streets of the capital. The Thorhalan government made a statement urging their citizens to remain calm and that the terrorists responsible for this act are being dealt with as a priority, which is pertinent news for Pim. The Council
Sorry about that. Repeat that. It got all plugged up on mine.
Sorry. Fierce conflict continues to unfold on Thorhala as violence breaks out in the streets of the capital. The Thorhalan government made a statement urging their citizens to remain calm and that the terrorists responsible for this act were being dealt with as a priority.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. The Council of Psionic Elders on Idulia, which is the mod planet you went to, have finally elected a new leader to their training academy. The new leader, Shen Bai, made a statement at a press conference urging any and all young budding psionics to visit his school and gain the training and control they need. And finally, the Holy Family of Judaism have been assisting the Ajarian government in providing humanitarian and cultural enrichment to the Tech Level 2 planet of Inaya.
Cultural enrichment.
Cultural enrichment from a religion. What do you think that means?
Religious takeover.
Yeah.
No, it's not conquistadors. Missionaries.
Probably,
A
yes.
tech level 2 planet being helped out by a tech level 4.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed that bit. What was the title?
The Holy Family Judaism. So it is an offshoot of
Which planet? I didn't hear any of that article.
So it's the Holy Family Judaism have been assisting the Ajarian government in providing humanitarian and cultural enrichment to the TL2 planet of Inaya. The
Sorry. Yep.
Ojario is the planet where Loki worked originally as a mercenary, and Inaya is in Hex 706. So we have like that cluster over here. It's up here, just off to one side. Now for messages. Catalina, you have mail from the old folks' home.
Hang on.
The old folks home.
Yep.
Secret messages.
Indeed. Dear Catalina,
Hang on.
If-
Fucking.
okay.
Sorry, go.
Dear Catalina, it's a pleasure to hear from you again, dear girl. Business has been progressing well. There's been plenty of new books coming to our shelves. Sparks has been keeping busy. When last his gaze passed over the local port, he saw a lovely young lady who was the fitting image of your Anastasia. What a coincidence. I would suggest you be patient and visit us again when the time is right, but the nurse assures us you won't listen. Do be careful wherever you go. With love, the librarian.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. That's like the best news Catalina's had in forever. Also, I just realized in this time, she would have, like, in the time that they were traveling, she would have composed a message to her father so that when they came into known space, it would sort of send off.
You
Which
can send that to me now if you want.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Charles, you have a message from your mother.
God.
Now, you are quite accustomed to her calling you Charlie as a nice term of endearment. This is an audio message, and it opens with, "Dear Charles, we've been quite disheartened to hear of the unusual and reckless activities you've been undergoing with your new friends. It seems that you've found yourself engaging in quite dangerous activities. Perhaps it's best you return home and find a more comfortable, low-risk position back at the university. We'll be waiting to hear from you. Ta-ra. Mother."
I'm going to have to explain to Mother what happened.
Yes. Mr. I'm in jail. Wait, never mind. Oops, all coma. Okay. And that is the news. This does feel like a sensible point in which to call the session and proceed with the next session with you guys making port on Papadias and going about things. But just as a point of curiosity, what are you all planning on doing on and around Papadias?
Selling stuff, fitting stuff, hiring crew stuff.
Basically.
Stuff.
Maybe
Stuff.
going to some of the doctors and that around the place and seeing if I can get any other medicines to put into the compiler to try and help my research on reducing the withdrawal effects.
Sorry,
Making a better regalia.
Getting the required components to make 15 companion bots, and if possible, studying up on some science through a class.
Okay.
I've suddenly got this video running in my head of me being surrounded by 15 bots, all saying, "I have questions" at the same fucking time.
Not just bots, companion bots look human, so it would look exactly like Pim's Echo.
Whatever.
They're
Cyberware
basically
clouds.
sex bots.
Cyberware.
15 sex bots, yes.
Okay. I'm just going to make some notes because I like knowing your intentions.
You plan on getting more cyberware, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
Should I get cyberware?
Rory, I forgot. Sorry, I missed what you wanted to know from us because I was writing that letter.
What it is you're planning on doing on Papadias?
Oh, fixing the ship. Also, nope, she doesn't know about that. Never mind.
Oh yeah. That being said, I've already done all of the blueprints and integration, so I suppose I'll also be reshaping, updating, and improving the ship with the upgrades you and me agreed upon.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I will also look at fixing the hydroponics lab.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
Catalina will help with that as well.
Can I tell them what the upgrades are? Pardon?
Not yet.
Okay.
Also, when we finally land and we come into physical contact with Darius and the other crew members, Catalina will go up to Darius and basically give him the same spiel she did to everyone else. Darius, I just want to say thank you for, always being there and making sure I'm not too off the rails. Darius? Chris, are you there?
Oh, sorry, what?
Catalina comes up to you after we land on the planet and sort of awkwardly is by the way, Darius, I just wanted to say thank you for, keeping me not too far off the rails. Always kind of being there. Just, you're a good friend. Duh.
Sort of raises an eyebrow and says, "You got cancer or something?"
What? No. Am I not allowed to be...
Okay. Yeah. I guess. I mean,
Look,
I didn't see a problem if you did go off the rails.
Look, it is a religious thing to say thank you for the things you are grateful for. I am grateful for you. Fuck! Can you not just accept this? Whatever. And she just walks off, kind of embarrassed.
Right.
But she does turn around and say, but you are a good friend, Darius. And then walks away to do things.
Okay. I think we shall call it there for this week. This was a very, like, low-key, just wholesome session of hanging out, working on stuff, being adorable.
Honestly,
Dear Charles.
not where I expected the session to go.
Neither. But I keep on assuming you'll do things faster than I planned for, so I
No.
panic.
If we can argue about equipment that's on the ship for 3 hours, then we can argue about equipment that's on the ship for 3 hours. Can't gloss over that shit.
These are important choices you're making, but I think you made some sensible ones. And so stuff can occur in the background while other things happen. I'm just glad to know what you're doing on planet, because there's a lot going on. It's good to be able to
Ship stuff.
hedge my bets, plan ahead, know what's going on. I like it. And yes, Alice, this news wasn't terrible.
Literally the best news she's received, like, this entire game. Aside from knowing her dad was still alive.
Yeah.
But that news wasn't exactly accompanied with good news.
No. That news was just tragic. But yes, right now, we need to raid somebody, don't we?
Yes.
Who are
So-
we raiding?
Probably scripted. He's playing Dungeons and Dragons.
We
not
could
bad.
raid them. Did they just start?
I don't know. I will go and have a look.
Opening the Twitch app.
Oh, man, I'm sleepy. Oh, it's been a long day.
Indeed.
You and me both, sister.
Yeah.
On my list, no one is streaming except us.
Well, the scripted just has 3 of them today. I don't know. And a picture.
Oh,
Wisdom
Polish
save
scripted it
from Tavern
is.
Crawler as well.
Wisdom save has about 23 though, so cryptid will be doubling their viewers. So that's kind of
Yes.
nice.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
then.
Alrighty. Let's raid. Raiding now. Woo! 10,
Hello,
9,
everybody.
8,
We'll be back
7,
with
6,
Papadias.
4, 3,
Happy diets.
2, 1. Bye!
Papadias, Papadias. Papadias, Papadias.
And